The Lucaverse is expanding. This is officially his third saga. I'm so proud of you, Luca. The Ballad of Lily, Part 1. The Highest of Highs. Valley High, they call you. The Ballad of Lily, Part 1. So good to see you back, bro. I hope life's working out for you. We've been teased Lily for so long. If you'd like some more backstory, there's Mudbeard and Tulsabeard that you can go through. And OP says, freaking subscribe to ReddX. I mean it. See the bell right there? Freaking click that too. I'll wait. No, Luca, that's not how we do it. We gotta offer them some incentive to subscribe, you see? So we start the story, then halfway in, that's when we say the subscribe thing. Always offer value to the viewer before you request anything, okay? Are you done? You better not be lying. All right, then, let's go. Howdy. It's been a while, hasn't it? I won't make excuses. You're here for that juicy beard content, so let's freaking careen into it at highway speeds. That's all right. My spine's strong. I can handle that. I don't even need a seatbelt. Watch me. In this story, there are indeed two beards, and one of them is me, Leggasp. We've seen it on the channel before, but I love that self-reflection. The other, well, if you're all caught up on my tales, you probably know about Lily at this point. If not, I suggest looking at ReddX's playlist, cause he got you. Yeah, them's in the description. And knowing the history is kind of required reading if you don't want to read or listen to a novel today. I mean, they probably do want to listen to it, right? That's kind of what I'm here for. And also to interrupt it every 20 seconds. All right, go. Sorry, OP, go. I struggle to call Lily a Legbeard. If anything, she was kind of beard bait. She was just, I don't know, a flawed person. We both were. Hell, I still am. We all are, in the end, and this tale is putting my flaws on full display. I'll say here that I do not hate Lily. I never will. I still love her deeply, and I always will. But loving someone and being in love with them are two very different things. That bridge has burned and my wounds have healed. I have little room in my heart for hate, and I won't make that room for somebody that I last knew like nearly a decade ago, no matter how long that person had been a part of my life. Bro, this is gonna get heavy. It's like some self-reflection, therapeutic style stuff. That's good. I'm generally not very helpful with that, but the comments section tends to be, so check that out. Before we go on, some quick disclaimers. As this tale goes on, there will be mention of emotional maltreatment, self-harm, and gaslighting, and if that bothers you, well, this isn't the tale for you. I won't take it personally if you check out, as I'm recounting this from almost 10 years ago. Obviously, conversations won't be verbatim, but will be recounted to the best of my ability with all people's personalities as best I can intact. With that out of the way, let's get into the cast list. It'll be a little bit verbose since it's been a while. Ain't nothing wrong with that. It's your world. I'm just narrating it. OP, that's a me. Edgy goth kid, I suppose adult? It's debatable at this point in my life. Illegal street racer for a time. One time accidental PIMP. A beanpole of a guy. Oh, we did narrate that story too. Okay, that's in the description as well. A beanpole of a guy with a budding beer gut, thanks to my teetering on the edge of alcoholism. Oh, that's unfortunate. Heidi is my former fiance, busty redheaded nympho short stack that cheated on me. Meg is Heidi's sister, developmentally disabled and pure-hearted, one of the kindest people that I have ever known. Ray, yeah, he's a real one. He was an illegal straight racer right alongside me. Black dude with a cloud strife type of hairdo. Recently got himself a girlfriend and was head over heels for her. And Lily is the quote-unquote beard of this tale. My paramour since high school. We were off and on for a long time because, I don't know, long-distance relationships are hard. I moved to Memphis in a desperate attempt to be with her until Hurricane Katrina forced us apart once more, where I settled in Tulsa, where this tale takes place. Conveniently beautiful, with deep pools of hazel framing her perfect face, long black hair flowing down her back, about 5'2" of Latin fury and maybe 95 pounds sopping wet. I'm gonna tell you right now, looks ain't everything. God came down from heaven and put a hurricane between you and her. And that didn't drive the message home. So he stepped back. He's like, okay, I guess you gotta learn your own mistakes. It doesn't have to be God, I guess. It could be the universe, whatever you call it. Fate. Anyways, with all that out of the way, let's dive into this tale. Where last we left off, Heidi was revealed as a cheater. Gasp. A few weeks later, Lily had told me that she still had feelings for me, and me, having recently had my heart broken, was a little more than taken aback by her confession. To this time, I had convinced myself that her and I were just friends. We tried being a couple, it didn't pan out, and that was just where we were. I was still deeply in love with her, but I also respect boundaries and don't try to push my feelings onto other people. In short,
a surprise, to be sure, but a welcome one.
God damn, we Star Wars all over the place right now. So we were talking via AIM, AOL Instant Messenger for the youngins who might not know. Lily said, I'm still in love with you. OP said, oh, good answer. Lily, so I can't talk with you anymore. It hurts too much. OP, would it help if I said, I love you too? Bro, this getting mushy. Lily, it would. OP, to be honest, I never stopped. I told myself a long time ago that if you ever wanted me back, I would drop everything to make that happen. It's a bad policy, honestly. So, is this happening? Do you want me back? God, I hate that OP putting himself on the back burner, but he's already acknowledged his own flaws. It's fine. I do just want to point out that don't ever do this to yourself, ladies or fellas. Lily says, I do. OP, all right, let's figure out how to make it work then. And so, we did. Some discussion, and she said since I had made the move to Memphis first, it was only fair that she be the one to move to Tulsa this time around. Oh no, yeah, totally. Different city, it'll work out. All we needed was a change of venue. Oh boy, I agreed and said I would get started on getting an apartment for us immediately. I called Ray and asked if I could stay with him for a while until I got enough money for a security deposit on an apartment. I explained Heidi cheating on me, Lily, everything. He knew of Lily, of course. All my friends did, because before Heidi, she was always at the back of my mind, just a thought away. Ray agreed, and I resolved myself to leave that night. A decision made. Best to rip off the Band-Aid. Love is such a difficult thing. If you find the right person, really hold on to them. Watching Luca take this whole journey just really makes me appreciate wifey, you know? And so, I asked Heidi to come into my room so we could talk. She sat on my bed, and I sat myself on my computer chair. OP, I don't mince words, Heidi. I'm leaving you, and I am leaving tonight. Heidi, surprisingly, despite tears beginning to well up, nodded. I knew something was going on. It's really just a matter of time, huh? She smiled, even though the tears were flowing freely now. OP, it's Lily. At the mention of her name, Heidi choked back a sob. She's still in love with me. And I love her. It's not fair to you that I keep a relationship going behind your back. Oh, that's a little knife to the stomach considering Heidi's cheating ways. We just found out about it and you do deserve to know. Heidi, I should have been more reluctant to let you talk to her, I guess. Bro, that's... you're missing the point completely. But if that's how you feel, I really can't change that. We hugged, I let her cry in my arms for a while, and after she had a little time to process things, I started packing my meager belongings into my car. Here I go again on my own. There wasn't much. My computer, chair, clothes, toiletries, etc. I advised Heidi that I'd be back to get my bed in a few days, and with that, I left. I stayed with Ray for roughly 3 weeks, saving every single penny from my now decently paying job and putting the deposit down on an apartment in the same complex. A 2-bedroom unit with no laundry room. Not much, but I mean, it was something. Bro, 2 bedrooms? Look at you balling out. I had to have a roommate with a 1-bedroom when I was stateside. And then, just like that, I was alone. at least physically. I will gloss over moving out of Heidi's place. Meg cried and clutched her teddy bear as Ray and I loaded my bed into a rented truck, asking why Uncle OP had to go. I just told her that Heidi and I were going on different life journeys, and mine with her ended here. That broke my heart. Wherever Meg is, I really do hope she's all right. Heidi mostly stayed in her room crying as well. I have my own regrets about how things ended with Heidi, but with the benefit of hindsight, she was the right person at the right time, just not the right person for all of the time. I mean, sometimes we're looking for Miss Right and we find Miss Right now. You know, people come together and they come into your lives for a reason, but they also leave your lives for a reason. So yes, I think all of this is good. It hurts a little bit, but we lived and learned, and that's what it's all about, right? I never told her that I knew she cheated on me. Despite cheating, Heidi was a wonderful, kind, generous woman, and if things ended between us, I'd prefer that I be the a-hole in the end, not her. I don't know, man. At that point, I just lay all my cards on the table. Be like, look, I would have stayed faithful to you, but I know you'd not been being faithful to me, so I found an out. Anyways, OP says, I do hope that I made it easier for her. Maybe hating me somehow eased the guilt of her cheating. I cheated in my own way, being honest. I somehow always hoped that my chats with Lily would one day end with her saying that she loved me, so I'm not blameless, and I openly admit it. I don't know, man, we're kind of comparing apples to oranges right now, but both the apples and oranges are emotionally betraying the other person, so I don't know. But I digress, yes. Living alone, I did my best to kick my smoking habit. It was part of the deal of us getting together. Lily openly abhorred smoking. Her nose was very sensitive and it offended her greatly. It would be several months before she could move in with me due to her lease, but I was patient and we kept in contact. About 1 month into our new relationship, I asked if I could come visit her. She was overjoyed and instantly agreed. I left my work Friday to make the 6-hour drive to Memphis. When I arrived and she opened the door, all of these feelings that I felt when we had first met came rushing back to me instantly. I knew in that instant that I wanted to spend my life with her. I've mainly spoken of Lily in my tales in the hushed tones of one that you might refer to if they were not to be named. Someone sinister and forged of pure evil. But she was a woman, a human being, capable of kindness, and the kind of person who wears her emotions on her sleeve. I always admired that about her. She was unafraid of expressing herself and always had been. She grinned a cocky smile at me, eyeing me up and down, dressed in loose pajamas since I'd arrived later at night. Finally put some meat on those bones, she said, in a coy way that made the caveman part of my brain fire on all cylinders. Yeah, OP gonna tear them loose pajama pants right off. Oh my god, he's an animal! I laughed and said, yeah, Tulsa's kept me fed well. A far cry from my ramen and peanut butter sandwich diet when I was last here. What you should have said was, I'm about to put some meat on your bones. Or something like that. Do you want to be the meat on my bone? No, I don't know. Don't say any of that. That's terrible. She giggled. Oh God, her giggle. It was as if angels had come down with small trumpets to announce the cutest laugh ever. Bro is just really sprung, huh? We hugged, and it lasted for some time before she invited me inside of her home. Now here, readers, is where I will pause. When I was in Memphis, the only time we had alone was when we met in either of our vehicles. She was still living with her parents at the time, and her maltreating stepfather would absolutely not tolerate a man in his home with his stepdaughter. Ba-da-ding-dong-ding-dong-dong-dong-dong. Welcome to Tennessee. If anybody bangs my stepdaughter, it's gonna be me. By gum. God. Sorry. Not sorry. Meanwhile, I, on the other hand, lived in what could best be described as, well, a crack house with zero privacy. But here we were alone. Finally, in her own place. You know what's about to happen, right? fade to black. It was awkward at first. Neither of us were great at interacting in person, since we were both effectively antisocial shut-ins. But we did make small talk and reminisce. Because it was late, time was not on our side, and so soon sleeping arrangements were made. I stayed in the living room on her futon, while she slept on her waterbed in her room. I don't think either of us slept much. My mind was running a marathon. So long spent apart, and now she was only a wall away. It made me feel comfortable and anxious all in one motion. But somehow, between my racing thoughts, I finally got some sleep. I'm honestly surprised you guys didn't just clobber each other, because that's what I was expecting, but instead they awkwardly go to bed? Okay, I guess it does reveal more about both of their character. I was awoken the next morning by her rushing out the door to work. I said a bleary good morning, and she gave me the password to her computer so I could fart around online while she was gone. I got up and drove myself to a nearby gas station for a meager breakfast, and then returned to her home, ate, and settled into her chair to poke around. I saw that old familiar icon on her desktop, Zmud, and the memories of our time together came rushing back. I opened it, and a macro to automatically log into her account ran. I was an imposter. Sounds pretty sus, bro. You're kind of making me want to revisit my old mud, but I use Mush Client instead of Zmud. Whatever. I said hello in the general chat of the mud, and I got a flood of replies. She was still active on this mud, and part of me was happy about that. I immediately dispelled all doubt and revealed who I was. OP? Came the replies. Why are you on Lily's account? Watch Luca get her account banned for for multi-logging. Oh boy, I'm sorry about that. Luca says, oh, I was just visiting her. I happened to open the program and it auto-logged me in. You're visiting her? You guys are dating again? Oh, he's the White Knight Beta Orbiters. Yeah, she's moving in with me in a few months. And with that, I logged out of her account and back into my own, which was surprisingly still active despite my long absence. I continued catching up with old friends from the mud, one of whom was Mudbeard, who I had avoided for a while because he was honestly a little cringy and clingy, even back then. Still, he was a nice enough guy online, and I was happy to while away the hours waiting for Lily, just catching up with people that I hadn't talked to in years. Honestly, that's one of the most comforting things about a mud. I know I can always go back to it. After some time, inevitably, I got up and just looked around the apartment that she had. It was a simple one-bedroom affair, but she had tastefully decorated it with crimson curtains and some weeby accoutrement on nearly every surface. And off to the side, boxes had begun to be filled with non-essentials and stored away for her coming move to Tulsa. That sight made everything more real for me. Those boxes meant a commitment from her. I had to do my best to live up to those expectations and move past my mistakes that took her from me in the past. I settled back into her chair. I didn't want to be a nosy person, so I just logged back into the mud and chatted with folks for a bit. I mean, good on you for not being nosy, but I know she would not have given you the same courtesy. Before long, Lily did return home. She saw me on the mud and laughed. Nostalgia hit you? She poked my ribs with that cocky smile of hers, and I laughed. Yeah, a bit. How about we get some supper? She agreed, and we walked to some local barbecue joint. When you're in Memphis, you need to eat some Memphis barbecue. Facts. We had small talk while we ate, and eventually we returned home as the sun began to set. We stepped through her threshold, holding hands, just such a simple act making my heart flutter. She moved like a quiet breeze, fluid like she was wind itself. That's pretty poetic for something that is inevitably a trap. Eventually the topic of the mud came back up. OP, yeah, it was nice catching up with old friends. I'm glad you're still active on there. I'm surprised you hadn't told them about us. She held one of her arms timidly and looked down. Lily? Yeah, about that. OP? Oh, some scandalous secret, huh? Lily? I was kind of dating a guy from there until I realized I still had feelings for you. Bro, everybody got something on the back burner, don't they? Look at this! So many cooks in the kitchen, or something like that. She said his name. I knew him. He lived in Australia and was sort of my protege when it came to running RP events in the mud. I wasn't mad. We'd spent years apart. I shrugged and embraced her. It must have been hard for him when you broke the news. You're quite a woman. Sorry you had to do that, but I'm glad you did because that meant that I could be here now with you in this moment. Are we sure she actually told him? I looked down at her, which made our height difference even more stark when hugging closely, and she smiled at me. Yeah, I guess some good has come of it. Sure, whatever. She stood on her tiptoes and puckered her lips, closing her eyes briefly before popping one back open with a peering gaze. When was the last time you smoked? She asked. I laughed. Like a week ago? I even made sure to wash my clothes twice before coming. She closed her eyes again. I leaned down and kissed her, and that kiss led to a deeper kiss, and we'll just do a tasteful fade to black right here. But suffice to say, we made love for the first time. Oh, I guess I didn't catch all that this would be like your first time. Like together or ever? I guess together because there was the whole thing with Heidi. Whatever, moving on. OP continues, it's strange. When I was younger, my V card was taken by this serial cherry popper. She had no love in her heart for me, and I had done the deed with many people since then, and all of those times, and it felt good. And more than once, I had done it with someone that I loved, and I thought I knew what making love was. Even with Heidi, when we banged it out, I thought, yes, this is what it is. I love her, and we are doing the deed. But I was wrong. I mean, I thought I loved a lot of people before too, but you don't really know until you know, you know? No, I had never made love before. I had banged it out, sure, but never made love. And this was love. This was pure, unabashed, naked love. Yep, we established that one. Two people truly becoming one. I just had sex, and it felt so good. It was as if the stars had aligned and time itself had stopped. I could have lived forever in those few glorious hours. Time is a cruel thing, however, and it moves on even in protest of it. Soon we were laying side by side on her bed, cuddling, talking of life and plans, the future, everything. She was so easy to talk to now. See, that's why I recommended y'all did this on the first night. But okay, we were perfectly in sync, as if we had never spent a day apart. I don't remember what I was talking about, but soon I heard her breathing slow into a steady rhythm. She had fallen asleep in my arms. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? Lily awoke before me, and she gently nudged me awake. Oh, my arms asleep, she mumbled sleepily, her normal, fastidiously straight hair bundled into a cute, frizzy mess on her head. I chuckled and got up, slipping some clothes on as she did the same. She had today off, so we could spend it together. We decided to just cohabitate for the day, watching anime and just existing in one another's space. Yeah, this is good. It's like a little test. We sat together on a futon, now folded back into the couch position, and we just relaxed. Soon enough, it was time for me to leave. I'll be honest, I didn't want to go, but we had plans in motion, and I was determined to make this work. I stood to leave, we hugged for a time, and she looked up at me. I want you to say it, she said to me. I knew what she meant. I had said it during our lovemaking, but it got lost in noise and passion. OP, Lily, I love you. She beamed a smile at me and stood on her tiptoes to give me another quick kiss. I love you too, OP. Yeah, this is a mushy episode, isn't it? And then I was gone, headed home, my heart warm and full. I arrived at my front door and entered my empty apartment just as dusk began to fall on fair Tulsa. She wasn't with me anymore, but I was all right with that. We'd be together soon enough. I went out to the balcony and lit one of my few remaining cigarettes, ruminating on the weekend that we had spent together. So was OP being a bit dishonest by saying he smoked a week ago? Or are you really only smoking 1 cigarette a week? Because at that point, just quit, bro. If all of that was a preview of what our life together could be, I couldn't have been happier. And that's where I'll leave things off for today. You might be wondering, well, where the hell was the beardery? My friends, to experience my lowest lows, you also must experience my highest highs. With context, you'll get a fuller picture of who I was, who she was, what she meant to me, and most importantly, why I stayed. This ballad will be, as always, an honest recounting of this period of my life, my flaws on display, as well as hers. Next time on the LCU! That's Luca Cinematic Universe. Hey, I like it. Let's adopt the branding. The Ballad of Lily Part 2. No apologies for spelling or grammar mistakes. Own your mistakes. Luca out. I really am halfway tempted to jump into the other one so we could get at least something squeezed out of this. See the startings of it falling apart. Because I know people ain't going to be satisfied with, like, happy love story. Hey, we lived happily ever after. Oh, that's cool. The end? Great ReddX video. I'm sorry, that's not what people come here for. So let's go into the next one. Why not? The Ballad of Lily Part 2. Love Revolution.
Goddamn hippie!
Whoa, dude!
Get out of here!
No!
The Ballad of Lily Part 2. Freaking subscribe to ReddX. We've been through this before. And now that I've offered you some content, I feel good asking you to subscribe. Please do it if you haven't already. Hey, guys, gals, my ladies, and gentlethems, and all the colors of our wonderful rainbow. It's your favorite accidental PIMP and street racer, Luca, again. Here to continue my ballad of Lily, the woman who, in many ways, influenced much of my life. In some ways, ruined it, and in others, enriched it. She, like anyone else, was a flawed human. We call this a Legbeard saga, but I truly struggle to call her an out-and-out Legbeard. She was just different, and she maltreated me a little bit. I mean, okay, a lot a bit. But let's press the gas pedal on this ballad, and we'll continue where we left off. Cast list, it's small today. OP, that's me. Lily, my now girlfriend, currently living in Memphis, but with plans to move to Tulsa. Ray, my friend from racing days, currently shacked up with his girlfriend. And Matt, the realist, a rock during some of my hardest times. With all that out of the way, let's go ahead and drive straight into our next installment. This episode, The Ballad of Lily Part 2, Love Revolution.
Goddamn hippie!
Whoa, dude!
Get out of here!
No!
Where we last left off, I was standing on my balcony, a wispy trail of smoke filling the air as I leaned over the railing, cigarette pursed between my lips. I was elated, scared, and nervous, but my thoughts kept going back to my short stay in Memphis with Lily. It was like a taste of paradise, and I truly longed for more. However, I am nothing if not a patient man. Another month passed without much happening. Lily and I talked every night, and even webcammed with one another regularly. No lewd business, we really did just want to see each other. Yeah, see each other's genitals. Got him. One night, she mentioned she had a 3-day weekend coming up, and I suggested she come see the apartment that she'll be living in when she moves here. She happily agreed, and so once again, plans were in motion. I kept a decently clean apartment, so little cleaning was necessary. However, I needed to purge the apartment of any smell of smoke, so a rigorous cleaning was in order. Every surface was cleaned, fabrics washed or Febrezed where needed. A little over a week passes, and she calls to tell me that she's on her way on a Thursday evening. OP, how long are we gonna keep up the non-smoking charade, huh? To say I was excited was an understatement. Had I a tail, well, it would have wagged itself clean off. I didn't have many worldly possessions, having lived a rather Spartan life up to this point. The living room was practically barren, minus the couch. I only had a basic dish/silverware set from Walmart, and my pot and pan and utensil situation was a joke. But I had a bedroom, and a computer, and a television in my bedroom. Well, look at you balling out on the important stuff. Buy some silverware too, please, thank you. All of this was before HDMI was so ubiquitous, and it was an old 27-inch CRT that was able to mirror my computer's display via S-video connection. I would put videos from YouTube onto my TV and sleep. I didn't have any cable. Sorry for the tech tangent. It was a simple life, but the apartment alone was a good 50% of my income, so I didn't have a lot left over for luxuries. I don't understand what else you need besides a couch and a TV. You're fine. It's good. A little after midnight, Lily was at my front door. We embraced, and she sighed. I miss this, she said softly, squeezing me as tightly as her little arms could. I miss you, I replied, giving her a bit of a squeeze in return. Kisses were exchanged, and I helped her bring her weekend belongings upstairs to my apartment. Bro, if we don't get some tension right now, I'm about to get diabetes. I showed her around. Not much of a tour because there wasn't very much to show. I showed her where her room would be. I gave her the larger room because she had more furniture. There was one shared bath, a galley-style kitchen, and a decent-sized living room. Ball of stuff! She took her time looking around, hemming and hawing at various things. She whistled at her bedroom. It's almost as big as my current one. I should be okay here, she quipped, once more closely examining the state of the living room and its singular couch. She gave me the "you live like this" stare. Oh yes, you could see it going off the rails, can't you? Just hypercritical, not willing to accept anything that isn't her own way. It's going off the rails. You can already see the beginnings. Keep in mind, friends, that at the very beginning of a relationship is the best that it's ever going to be. So if she's already acting like this, bro, up and out. You need to go. But OP says to her, yeah, I live like this. It's not like I need a lot to be happy. Don't freaking judge me. But I just laughed it off. No, you should have said those words. I just never had a need for a lot of furniture or decorations, I said, scratching the back of my head nervously. Thank goodness I'm coming here, because this place needs a woman's touch. For sure, she responded while rifling through my kitchen. Confidently, she held my single pot aloft like a sword, ready to strike down her foes. Little did OP know he was the foe. You have one pot, she glared at me, but I knew it was a playful glare. That sounds like a load of copium right there. Hey, look, I have a pan too. That's two things, I responded while walking towards her. She playfully bonked me on the head with the pot as I approached, which was a reach. Yeah, also probably not okay. Also probably foreshadowing things to come. I don't like. She had to stand on the tippiest of her tiptoes for her small arms to even reach that height. I poked her in the ribs and she gasped. How dare you? She tried to interject before I snatched her up into a hug, kissing her. The arm holding the pot went limp as she kissed back, holding me with her free arm. It's late. We should figure out our sleeping arrangements, I cooed as I led us into a gentle hugging sway. I didn't have a futon for her or myself to sleep on, and sleeping on my couch was out of the question, as I am what my now wife refers to as a tall, and I wouldn't catch a wink if I tried to sleep there. And of course, I would not banish Lily to the couch, so we decided to give sleeping in the same bed a try. Yeah, this was kind of inevitable. You already banged it out. Our last visit was a bit of a fluke. I fell asleep in her bed out of pure desire to not disturb her as she slept. So we lay in my bed. I usually have a box fan running for white noise to help me sleep. I asked her if it would bother her, and she shrugged. I usually sleep in complete silence, but I'm sure I'll manage, she said, a hint of grump in her voice. Already, man, the signs are there. I decided to just stick to the plan, however, and turn the fan on as we both turned in. She had brought her own blanket, which was good. We were both self-admitted blanket thieves, so having our own would lead to less strife. We cuddled for a time, talking about nothing in particular, and finally both turned to sleep. I'll say it took some time for me to get used to sleeping on the right side of the bed, but Lily insisted she take the left as she was most comfortable in that position, and I wanted her to be as comfortable as possible. All right, man, fast forward to destruction. I'm getting bored. Despite the change, I was able to fall asleep in a normal amount of time, which at the time for me was about 2 hours. Beyond quitting smoking, I resolved to stop drinking myself to sleep. Lily was uncomfortable with excess alcohol consumption because of her stepfather, and that was understandable. However, one unhealthy dose of Benadryl and I was able to eventually drift off. We awoke shortly after daybreak, sunlight peeking through the extra blanket that I had nailed to the window as a bachelor curtain. But we ain't in the zombie apocalypse, go buy some blackout curtains, okay? We got dressed and I decided on a plan for the day. A terrific tour of the treat of a town that is Tulsa. Oh, look at that alliteration, you're trying to pull me back in, ain't you? We piled into my Eclipse, and I decided on IHOP for breakfast. What better way to celebrate the arrival of one's love than a toppling tower of panned cakes, topped with only the best syrups? I was a little out of my budget for this month, but then again, I was never accused of being the fiscally responsible type. After that, we went on a tour. I took her to see some of my old haunts, my first apartment in Tulsa, the carpet and tile store where we met up for cruise nights, the Denny's that we frequented with Julie's, and more. One place that particularly interested her was a bar that we used to often visit called Magoo's. It was a bar and pool hall. At this point, it was Friday afternoon, so we decided to go inside since Lily's ears perked up at the mention of billiards. Whoo boy, about ready to hit the fast forward button for all this, but I don't know, I asked for it, so here we are. You can leave, I can't leave. But hey, maybe this is where it gets spicy, because here's the part where we dive into Lily's past a little bit. Her birth father, a Navy man until retirement, was really into billiards, and Lily wanted to spend time with her father, as all daughters do. Him being the kind of father he was, who is still to my knowledge a good man. Lily's mother divorced him, and I can't for the life of me remember why that was. Maybe it was the other way around. I digress. This whole thing's been a digression. He would take her to the pool halls with him when she was old enough to reach the table, and he would let her play. However, if she lost, she had to wait her turn with all his buddies to have another chance at playing, and this went on for years until she was able to win. A lot. She was 10 years old and schooling people who had been playing for decades at pool. Kids' brains is absorbent, what can I say? She just had a knack for it. I didn't know any of this until we played our second game. See, she threw her first game intentionally. I wasn't particularly good at the game, but she just couldn't seem to make the balls go into the pockets. Then she made a bet with me. Classic pool shark move, honestly. All right, if I win, supper's on you, she said, acting like it was her second game of billiards ever, but with determination in her eyes. I didn't know in that moment, but I was being played. Yeah, on multiple levels. Fellas, Lily was a pool shark. I got maybe 3 shots the whole second game. She kept sinking ball after ball, and before I knew it, I had just agreed to paying for supper. Completely baffled, I called Ray and Matt and asked if they'd be down to shoot some pool at Magoo's, for old time's sake. It was a bit of a beg to get Ray to come along, because he was attached at the hip to this new girl, and dislodging him was almost akin to surgery. Matt, however, agreed instantly. Lily and myself settled down at the bar for some food, which I paid for, of course. And she relented with a pout that counted as supper. So what's OP's plan here? He's just a mark introducing Lily to more marks? What a story, Mark. As we were finishing up, Ray and Matt arrived. I introduced the two of them to Lily, who gave her best innocent smile. Ray, so you actually exist, huh? Good to finally meet you. Matt, I'm just as surprised, to be honest. OP would always talk about you, but I never figured you two would actually get back together. Lily, oh, he talked about me. What did he say? She smirked at me, hoping to dig up some juicy dirt. Matt, oh, he just pined for you. Constantly, really. Especially when he got drunk. It got a bit annoying sometimes. Ray, I don't know, man. It always seemed romantic to me. He called you the one that got away. Whoa! OP, wow, Ray. Never figured you for the romantic type. Most of my life here, you'd rather be under a car than a woman. Ray laughed. I was just waiting for the right one. You know how it is, apparently. he said, gesturing to Lily, and Lily's expression soured at that. And she looked away from us, mumbling something like, "But he didn't wait." She's insufferable. You could see through all the lovey-dovey stuff, right? OP is in La La Land, but the truth is right there before your face. OP changes the subject at this point, trying to bring the mood up again, and played into Lily's sharkiness. So Lily's pretty new to billiards and wants to play. "Ray, you've always kicked my butt at pool. Want to give her a lesson?" Ray cracked his knuckles and laughed. "Sure thing. I know a thing or two." He ordered a beer from the bar, as he always did when at Magoo's, and set off with Lily to play while Matt and I settled into a table and we waited for his food to arrive. "So, finally Lily, huh?" Matt asked. "Yep, the timing couldn't have been better, really. Heidi cheated on me and I was looking for an out. I was getting ready to break things off, but Lily sort of accelerated those plans. I gotta tell you, man, she's something. She's the one, you know?" Oh, look at this poor little idiot. Yeah, hindsight, such and such. Matt nodded. "I know, man. I know. Hell, I've sat through more than one of your drunken cries about her. I will say she is very easy to look at and seems really nice. I hope things work out between you two." Look at Matt coming in with the rational brain. I sipped at my Diet Coke, determined to not drink around Lily. I think I will. She makes me want to be a better person. I quit smoking. I'm not drinking nearly as much. I just want her to be happy. Yeah, by giving up all the things that make you happy, OP. Are you not seeing this? I've put her through a lot in her life, drifting in and out. I just want her to be stable. I want to be someone that she can rely on. Ah, boy, it's good to dream big. Matt was about to respond when I saw Lily and Ray walking back to our table. Lily looking quite pleased with herself, and Ray giving me a death stare. "New to billiards?" Ray seethed through his teeth. I laughed. "How much?" $50 freaking dollars, man! You could have warned me! But that wouldn't have been much fun for either of us, I laughed as Lily sat down beside me, leaning into me and looking pleased as punch. Bro, you just sold out your friend. The logic here is just, I'm having a hard time following it. She slipped a 20 across the table and winked at him. "Sorry, I just had to. When OP mentioned you were good, I had to try it." "I don't want to play pool with her anymore," he grumbled, taking the 20 and stuffing it back into his wallet. Lily's face turned to a frown at that news. "Nobody wants to play with me." I chuckled. Well, maybe if you held back a bit, you'd have more people to play with. She looked at me as if I'd just spoken to her in another language. "If I'm not playing to win, it's not worth playing at all," she snarled, like liquid venom was coming from her. "See that? You see that? The mask. It slipped. I saw." I just held my arms up in defeat. Fair enough. Play to win. But you're too good for us mere amateurs. There might be teams here that you can join up with once you move here. Bro, you still really all in with this? Can we please at least think about it? This seemed to settle her a little bit. She relaxed again and clung to my arm. "I suppose. I just hope somebody in this town can give me a decent challenge." And she was serious about that one. When I say she was good at pool, I mean she was good at pool. Scary good. Far above amateur or even semi-pro players. She could have gone pro if she wanted. But for her, it was just a fun hobby that she kept in practice because it tied her to her birth father. But that was Lily in a nutshell. She'd find something she liked and laser focus on it until she mastered it. Be it a hobby, games, anything. She put her all into an obsession until she knew she was the best, or at the very least, was the best of everyone that she knew. I don't know if it's a question of her being the best or not. Maybe she just likes to degrade and destroy other people. Possibly it makes her feel better about herself, or something like that. Little armchair psychology, right? Anyways, we sat and chatted idly for a while, and through some careful diplomacy, Lily was convinced to relent her winnings back to Ray. with the promise that he would practice and challenge her again. Night had long since fallen, and being a Friday night, people were beginning to pour into Magoo's. I wanted to spend some one-on-one time with Lily, so we said our goodbyes to Ray and Matt and made our way home. I mean, at least she gave the money back. But yeah, all you did was call him in to be marks for this girl. You're bending over way too far backwards for this girl. Upon our return, there was a quick discussion on what to do. The Death Note live-action Japanese version movies were decided upon, so we settled into my bed to watch. We cuddled, laughed at the cringe acting, and just had a good time. Soon enough, the films were over, and there was an air of randomness in the room as the silence settled once the movie was over. Quickly, I got up and put on a playlist that I built of weeby music just for some background music. A core memory that will remain with me throughout the rest of my days will be snuggling with Lily, engaging in mild foreplay, while the opening theme of Serial Experiments Lane played softly in the background. Oh God, here it comes, the diabetes! Gently kissing one another, the soft guitar melody rang out across the room, and I remembered why I had fallen for her in the first place. We shared so much in common, a love of anime, its music, games, and weebery in general. Looking back, these were all surface-level, superficial things to love about someone, but I don't know, man, the heart wants what it wants. In particular, we both shared a love of the J-pop band 2mix, famous for their work on the Gundam Wing soundtrack. One track called Love Revolution began playing as we gave in to our passion. It felt apt. This was our love revolution. A revolution started long ago, raging against the throes of long-distance hardship years after I left Memphis, and yet, here we were, defying destiny or perhaps becoming victims of it. Ooh, I like that line. That's beautiful. Our revolution of love against all odds that we were finally together. We had a theory in our youth that the universe didn't want us to be together. Oh yeah, I'm definitely with the universe on that one. Hurricane Katrina happened because OP tried to move in with Lily. And OP admits as much. Perhaps in hindsight there was some truth to it. The song ended just as I was giving Lily an oral exam, as it were, and then it happened. I heard a very familiar guitar riff start playing as I was doing what I was doing, and Lily began laughing like a banshee. And to be honest, I couldn't hold it in either. I gotta say, performing the lingus upon someone while Mighty Morphin Power Rangers theme song is blasting into the room is also a core memory, but a funny one rather than a tender and sweet one. That'll amp you up, dude. You'll really get the job done. I climbed back up to her and gave her a kiss while we both fell into a laughing fit. "Oh my God, really?" she said, gasping for air while laughing. Bit of a mood killer, yeah? I somehow wheezed out as well, and we laid there laughing for a good while before finally catching our breath. So shall we? I intoned, running a hand up her thigh once the song was over and we had gotten our giggles out. She nodded, and I returned to my work. We will tastefully fade to black again here, but yeah, we did it again. God, I'm so eager for the bottom to fall out. But at least we did get to see the mask slip and all that stuff. We had the highest highs in the first part, a little bit lower in the second part. Hopefully third, fourth part is gonna blow my pants off. So yes, we engaged in some light pillow talk after the act, holding each other's hands under the covers, weeby music still filling the small silences between conversation. At one point, things were quiet for a few minutes, and she had the absolute gall, the balls, the unashamed audacity to quietly sing, "Go, go, Power Rangers," and we began laughing again. Soon enough, the playlist was over. Silence fell over the room, and we decided to sleep. I turned over to go to sleep, and she sidled up behind me, trying her best to be the big spoon and failing miserably. "Just a little longer," she whispered in a soft voice that melted my heart while she snaked her arms around me. And there we fell asleep on a peaceful Tulsa Friday. How can you fail at being the big spoon? Lily really out here with T-Rex arms or something like that. I had one more day with her before she had to go home early Sunday morning to handle some family matters before work on Monday. Oh, he said family matters.
Did I do that?
I would count those hours. I didn't want to miss a single one. Not a single minute. She was here, and that was all that mattered to me. Everything else was just noise. This obsession, it's not healthy. I fell asleep quicker that night, her quiet breath on my neck somehow soothing, and that's where we'll leave things off for now. You might be asking, no beardery in this chapter either? Are you writing a love story? And to that I say, patience. Context matters, and while this may not be the typical fare for the type of content you get from me, it is coming, and this is all important framing. I want you to truly be in my mind as this tale progresses, and that means understanding who she was at this time and what she meant to me. No apologies for spelling or grammar mistakes. Own your freaking mistakes! Luca, out. I don't know how this series is gonna perform as a whole. This first entry is a little bit rough. What you really want to do is Tarantino around a bit and be like, you know, Lily threw a pot at my head, she pulled a knife on me, and then record scratch. Yep, that's me. How did I get into this situation? The story itself, little flowery, little too pretentious at times. I'm really hoping that the bottom falls. I love Luca as a human being, okay? But I also strive for honesty where applicable, and yeah, this couple of stories in particular, it didn't sate my need. We're so in love, aren't we? Aren't we? Say we're in love! The Ballad of Lily, Part 3, True Navigation. Freaking subscribe to ReddX, yeah, if you would. Also, join the Discord, where Luca is now a mod. Round of applause for Luca. Hello, guys, gals, and all the colors of our wonderful rainbow. It's that time again. What time is it, you ask? Time for more fluff and love in the Ballad of Lily. I didn't mean to come at you that hard, man. I kid. After getting some feedback from the first 2 chapters, it's clear that I came off as a bit too fluffy and a little pretentious, like I was writing a boring autobiography. I thought I'd write a beat-by-beat recounting of our time together, but given that we spent nearly 8 years living with one another, well, it would be quite an undertaking. With this in mind, I've determined to do my best and only relay the important happenings and leave the filler out. I've been hard at work trying to get these out to you as quickly as I can, but there's a lot of ground to cover. So let's get right back into it. You know the cast if you caught up with one addition, which is Taz, Lily's mother. Somehow shorter than Lily, which is where she got those genes from. A stocky middle-aged woman with frizzy hair and a love for all things Warner Bros. Tasmanian devil character. Oh, is he dressed up like a cholo in the? I love those shirts, man. As far as beat by beat recounting and all that stuff, I mean, it's an admirable goal. I think it would be longer than Chris Trucker, but do I think it would be better? Is the true question. Do I think people would watch it for that long? Some would, but I probably would think of burying the series at some point. With all that out of the way, let's dive into this new installment of the Ballad of Lily. This episode, as you know, True Navigation. If you missed the parts 1 and 2, well, they in a playlist in the description, I'm pretty sure. Where we left off, Lily and I had drifted asleep in each other's arms. We slept peacefully through the night, but I awoke to the sound of Lily quietly crying. Uh-oh. Concerned, I turned to face her. OP, what's wrong, love? Lily, how many women have you banged since you left me in Memphis? She put extra emphasis on the banging part. Whew, boy, this is a red flag right here. You holding on to stuff that happened when I wasn't even with you? Come on now, this is the beginning of the relationship. This is the best part of the relationship. It doesn't get any better than this. And if we're starting here, I don't know, man. It's a long road to the bottom. OP says, I really don't think all that matters, Lily, but I can see it's important to you. 3. We've been apart for almost 3 years, and I slept with 3 women. Lily, yeah, and you were gonna marry one of them. I thought you told me you were against marriage. OP, well, I am, but it was important to her, and I loved her, so I agreed. If it's important to you, one day we will as well. Well, I guess, yeah, OP's like against marriage, but not like super against it. I don't know, it seems weird. But also people age and grow, and I sort of get that. I didn't think I'd ever get married, look at me now. Lily was openly crying now. You know how many people I had sex with in my life? You and one other guy, and I would barely call it that with him. She slid away from me, but remained on the bed. OP, I've never cheated on you, Lily. I'm with you now, and I'm in this for the long haul. I'm not leaving now or ever again. Every time we broke things off, it was me who did it. And I know how hard that must have been for you. I know I've broken your heart so many times, and I want you to know that no matter what happens, I'm gonna do my utmost to make our future better. You know what they say, fam? Talk is cheap. Lily clutched the blanket. It feels like cheating, she nearly shouted. I love you. I've loved you for so long. She was sobbing, but there was also anger and venom in her voice. Dude, this is your cue to run. You know that? I mean, you didn't know that then, but hopefully you know that now. She's off her rocker, I'm pretty sure. I tried to lay a hand on her shoulder, but she pulled away. A grimace came over my face, my brain racing at how to solve this diplomatically, so I softened my tone. I've loved you too, Lily, and I never stopped, but life has to go on in the absence of each other. I couldn't spend my life waiting for a day that might never come. But it did! She cried, curling into a ball as she continued sobbing. God, I'm so not good at this. It okay? Don't be cry. I can't fix my past, Lily, but I know that I love you. I have some pancake mix. There you go. That's about my level of problem solving too. Ooh, I'm gonna go make us some breakfast. Yeah, get the hell out of this situation. I love that response, honestly. And with that, I slid off the bed and made my way to the kitchen. I could hear her sobbing from my room, but I knew anything I said wouldn't make things any better right now, and it was best for her to just let it out. I said about the business of making breakfast. Bisquick, you glorious asshole! You make it so damn easy. I kept an ear on Lily, wishing I could do more to assuage her heartache, but the heart is a fickle thing, vulnerable and easily damaged, especially by a McDonald's double quarter pounder. Speaking of which, today's sponsor, we don't have one. I had done damage to that heart. Some of it, I feared, irreparable. I don't really think all this is about you. She's projecting her own insecurities and fears onto you and then blaming you for it. You're doing the best you can in this ugly situation that you seem hell-bent on plunging headlong into, so Godspeed, that's what I say. I eventually heard the sobbing wane into a soft cry and continued on my task of making pancakes. How many pancakes do we need? 300? 500? Just stay away till she's done. The batter mixed, I threw some bacon in the pan to start frying up. Ooh, the sizzle of the bacon. The smell wafting through the apartment. Lily in the bedroom, hell, it would have felt downright domestic if she wasn't still sniffling. At about halfway through the bacon cooking, I felt her arms wrap around my waist from behind. I'm sorry, came her quiet voice. Ugh. No apology necessary, I responded simply. Breakfast prepared and plates distributed, we sat on my ratty couch to consume, plates in hand. I imagine a big TV here, quipped Lily through her munching. I nodded, pointing at the blank wall. Dude, this is like some subtle negging. I don't know if all this is just through like the filter of hindsight, but how could you not see it coming? Do you want a plasma? Says OP. We can mount it to the wall. Hell yeah, bro. We just both gotta start selling drugs. We'll have the money in no time. High five. Boom. She shook her head. No, those are too expensive. Probably like a nice rear projector. They can make them pretty thin now, and we need to get HD, and they're cheaper than plasmas. I nodded again, just happy that she was done with the crying. That's all part of her game, man. I'm not gonna cry if you buy me all these things. Okay, cool. Maybe she is legitimately nesting, but I don't know. It seems like this whole thing is just off on the wrong foot, and I don't know if it'll ever get on the correct foot. Anyways, OP continues. That sounds good. Once you move in and get settled, what say you we make that our first big purchase together? Yeah, what say you, gal? Let's head on down to the malt shop and get a phosphorus. This was domestic bliss. Yeah, some semblance thereof, I don't know. Eating a simple breakfast together, talking of future plans, listening to her complain about the burned bacon, and everything else, honestly. It was like heaven to me. It was these small moments that I would cherish. The strife of the morning melted away into a rose-tinted beauty. I'm glad you remember it fondly, because I'm picking through this and seeing it for what it is. She smiled and nodded at me. Deal, she said, and we finished our breakfast and cuddled on the couch for a bit before I deposited the dirty dishes in the sink. You're not gonna do them? She asked, referring to the dishes being dirty. Oh, here we go. Nah, I'm gonna clean them up later. I want to spend every possible minute with you. She wrinkled her nose at that, but relented. All right. How about you go in there and do them? How about I just made you breakfast? The battle is already being fought, and I don't think OP fully realizes it. The rest of the weekend went mainly without incident, and soon enough it came time for her to leave. As she was packing to leave, oh, that's right, she's visiting. Okay, don't do the dishes, you're a guest. That's fine. As she was packing to leave, I gave her a hug. One more month. I've requested time off to come to Memphis, and I'll help you get everything packed up and sorted, and we'll get you settled here. We both knew the plan. She would put in her 2 weeks before she left Memphis. She would move in and look for work. It didn't have to be anything special, just something to help pay the bills. She nodded. I'll be glad to have you. My stepdad refuses to help because he, quote, doesn't want his only daughter to move half a country away and shack up with some dude he's never met. Sounds like trad dad to me. I'm gonna sign off on that. You should at least go shake the man's hand before you swoop his daughter away. Please and thank you. Anyway, I walked her down to her car, an old Pontiac Grand Prix. I loaded her stuff in the trunk and gave her a hug that lingered for a while. And did you press your boner up against her? That's what I'd have done. All right. OP says, I love you so much. I can't wait until we're together more permanently. These visits are nice, but it'll be nice once you're here permanently. Yes, permanently. For a permanent stay that is permanent. I squeezed her and we exchanged a kiss. I think after everything we've been through, this will be the longest month of my life, she replied. I smiled. It'll be over before we know it. She gave me a wave and pulled out from the parking spot, toddling down the parking lot and turning onto the main road. I watched her until her car was out of sight and sighed. And then I cried. Yeah, those brain chemicals will get you, I'll tell you that. I'd managed to hold it in all weekend, but it was there, just begging to bubble to the surface. I sat on the steps up to my apartment, held my arms around myself, and just sobbed. You have no idea how much I'd hurt her in the past. I just figured that she would hate me after my departure from Memphis and tried my best to forget it. I had written her off as the one that got away. I didn't wait, I didn't even try, but she was always there in the back of my mind and often at the bottom of a liquor bottle. I was causing her pain by just existing away from her. So I cried. And it sounds like you're crying for her and not yourself here. So that means it's a healthy cry. Good job. After a while, I was able to settle myself down. So I stood up and quickly retreated to my own apartment. I went to the cabinet above the microwave, where Lily couldn't reach, and retrieved a pack of cigarettes. You never actually quit, did ya? Everybody's lying to each other at this point, and round we go. On the balcony now, I lit one, inhaled, and felt the nicotine immediately take effect and calm me down. And I exhaled slowly. This would be the last pack, I decided. Oh yeah, heard that one before. As I stood there, reflecting on the weekend in the morning glow of Sunday, It was a strange feeling. You longed for something your whole life, and it's finally at your fingertips, but still just out of grasp. But with every day that passes, your goal comes a little closer. I mean, you convince yourself that the goal is coming closer, but the truth is, once it's there, you just find the next thing to chase. That's human brain for you. The closer it came, with every passing day, Lily and I would talk as we usually did. She showed me progress updates on her packing. I was impressed that she'd gotten it done so early, but she was a meticulous planner and was usually 3 steps ahead in anything that she had planned. I'm telling you, dude, all the pieces falling into place. She is angling up on your love life. She called herself a perpetual pessimist, once saying, "If I never expect anything good to happen, then I can never be disappointed." I guess that's an easy way to go through life, if that's your goal. I suppose I played a part in putting that philosophy into her. I was a fair weather boyfriend at the best of times, and I freely admit it. We broke up a few times during high school, and we went a few years apart as soon as I turned 18 and moved out, simply because I couldn't afford the internet where I lived and worked. I still loved her deeply, but the reality of our situation was, I was in New Mexico, and she was in Tennessee. Throughout all of this, she still loved me, however. I don't know how she could have possibly loved the stupid, irresponsible mess that I was, but she did, and she never stopped. Always hoping that I'd reach out again, but also angry that I never did. This strange dichotomy of emotion must have wreaked havoc on her heart. Yeah, she's doing that to herself. That's a path that she chose, and yet you're taking up the baggage for it. I don't understand. You didn't do the best that you could, but neither is she right now. Still, Lily loved me enough to leave her friends and her family in Memphis behind. She had true ties there, friends that she loved, family who, despite their flaws, did care for her, and she was willing to leave it all behind on the gamble that I loved her and wanted to be with her. That does take some big brass balls, I'll say that. As somebody who moved halfway around the world for love, big brass balls. With that long tangent out of the way, let us get back into the present. 1 month passed slowly, but also in the blink of an eye. Soon enough, it was time to make the trip to Memphis to help her pack. I arrived at her apartment the day before she was set to move out. We went to a local U-Haul, not sponsored, store to rent a truck. Yeah, not sponsored. Matter of fact, can we cut that part out of the video? We don't give out freebies around here at ReddX Industries, okay? So, confession time. I had let my license expire. God. A while ago, like a year ago. Like I've said, I was at best irresponsible, and it was all my effort just to remember to pay the electric and internet bills at my apartment and keep up with the rent. I had honestly forgotten that it expired until we were at the U-Haul store. The plan was to put my car on a wheel dolly and tow it with the truck, with Lily following behind on the long journey to Memphis. When I presented my ID to the clerk, he informed me that my license was expired. That's okay, pack the stuff up on your back, Lily. We're jogging back. We might have to make more than one trip. Lily, what? Expired? OP. She glared daggers at me. OP? I'm just as surprised, honestly. I had completely forgotten to renew it. Lily gave an exasperated sigh. I guess I'm driving the truck. OP, can you handle that? Lily, it's not like we have a choice at this point. Oh yeah, happily ever after. It's just down the road. I'm dying, bro. How about thank you that I showed up to help you move? How about that? She said this about 5 decibels louder than was socially acceptable. So, as it happens often when my dumbass is involved, plans changed. And the new plan was to load up the truck, put Lily's car on the wheelie dolly, and I would follow behind her and hope to Christ that I didn't get pulled over. We arrived back at the apartment and began packing everything we could with just the 2 of us, but soon enough, dusk had set. We made good progress, and with her waterbed drained, we opted to share a futon for the night. The next morning, we set back to work loading the U-Haul. It was a 3-day rental, one way to Tulsa, so we had a tight timetable. Moving her stuff into the U-Haul was a simple affair, but required a bit of furniture Tetris. It seems she measured out all of her furniture and boxes and picked the smallest truck that would fit all of it. And fit it did, but only just. Helping us was her mother, who in helping us move her out was also my first time meeting her. Bro, this is pretty weird that you've had like this decades-long relationship without meeting any of the parents ever. But okay, I guess. Taz says, "So, you're the mythical OP." She gave me the up and down stare, circling around me. "I guess I can see what she sees in you."
But I'm gonna have to try out the goods for myself."
No, she didn't say that. Then she jabbed me in the ribs with a plump finger. "Do you know how many nights I had to console her because of you?" I could only lower my head. "Yes, ma'am, I know." Taz, "Well, looks like you're serious about things this time. So take good care of her. If you hurt her again, I will come to Tulsa and find you." I raised my hands in defeat. "Won't happen. This is for the long haul." "Good," she replied, and then pulled me into an unexpected hug. "She loves you. Protect that." "I will," I replied, returning the hug as best I could given her short stature. Her stepfather, as expected, was a no-show. Taz said that he complained that he couldn't help because of his bad back, but we all knew that he just didn't want to be here. With everything eventually loaded in the mid to late afternoon, we loaded Lily's car onto the wheel dolly. Everyone exchanged hugs. Lily and Taz cried, hugging for a while, and Lily making assurances that frequent visits would happen. Taz left. Lily and myself got into the car and headed to the local dollar store for some cheap walkie-talkies to use to communicate during our trip. Oh, that's cute! This was before USB charging for phones was much of a thing yet. Hell, the iPhone was still like a year or so away. We departed on the long trip back to Tulsa, me following behind a very nervous Lily as she drove a truck easily 4 times outside of her weight class. To her credit, she was very careful and no mishaps were had. There was one, but I guess we'll get to that when it comes. About 10 minutes into the drive, my walkie crackled to life. "I can barely reach the pedals," came the bemused voice of Lily, her nervousness fading as she grew comfortable navigating the truck around. "Glad we didn't opt for the booster seat then," I responded. Then I gave just enough of a beat for comedic timing and said, "Over." Lily, "I'll be honest, I was afraid to drive this at first, but it's not too bad. I'm a little afraid of my night driving ability in this thing though." "Over." I chuckled. "OP, true navigation can be tough in an unfamiliar vehicle at night. I'm right behind you. If you lose your nerve, I'll drive." "No, my truck," she said sternly back at me. "OP, thinking of a career in logistics," I said, playfully back. We played like truckers for a bit as we hit the I-40, talking back and forth about 10-4, good buddy, I'm rambling on, looking for a lot lizard, woo, and whatnot, and keeping the mood light as she trundled down the interstate. Well, this situation isn't terrible. It doesn't seem like a flaming dumpster fire. It's kind of smoldering. It's pretty smoky, but I don't see the flames at the moment. Don't worry, it'll spark back up again. The hours passed in peace. We were about 2 hours from Tulsa when I saw the U-Haul swerve, but quickly get back on the road. "Oh, Jesus," she said into the walkie. "I just creamed a skunk." I could tell. "Oh my God, the smell," I said back. "I'm pulling over," she said. I could hear the color draining from her face as we eased off the interstate and put on the hazards. I got out, as did she, and she immediately ran off into the easement and threw up. I quickly opened the back of the truck and rifled through some boxes until I found some of the cleaning supplies, which was one of the last boxes loaded. I found some Febreze and doused the interior of the cab with the stuff and pulled some paper towels from the box as well. I rubbed her back as she refunded the supper we had eaten hours earlier onto that interstate easement. I handed her a few sheets from the paper towels. Roll some up and stuff it up your nose. I Febreze the hell out of the truck cabin, so hopefully between those 2 things, you can muscle through. It's so bad. she managed to choke out between retching. Could be worse, you could be the skunk. After making sure she was no longer nauseous or at least not in danger of puking again, we got back onto the road. The smell was eye-wateringly bad. If you've ever hit a skunk on the highway, you know. If you haven't, well, imagine a sick baby taking a dump in a used football helmet and strapping that to your face as you walk through a Super Smash Bros. Tournament. Yes, that sentence. That's the Luca that we know and love. That escalated so quickly. The rest of the journey happened in mostly silence, mainly because it was hard to understand her at all through the combination of cheap walkie-talkies and her homebrew hazmat mask that she made from some towels and my overshirt. Finally, we got to my, I suppose our now, apartment. We opened the back of the truck and quickly realized that the smell had permeated into every single thing in that truck. No, that's all right. Just give it a bath in tomato juice. I'm gonna hop in with the toaster first. God damn it, Lily muffled through her mask. Well, I got loads of laundry soap, and the laundromat here is 24/7. It's late, but we could at least get the fabrics going. However, my vote is we leave the larger things here for now and focus on getting the softs and boxes unloaded. So there we stood in the stink, unloading things from boxes one by one, and me giving it a sniff test to see if it was suitable to enter the apartment. The blankets and clothes, yeah, those were absolute no-goes, but most of the things that had been sealed in boxes were spared the skunk's death knell. And the furniture could either be pine-soled or washed. We unpacked the items that were spared the skunk or easily de-skunked and collapsed onto my ratty couch. Lily was not in a great mood. When is she in a great mood, dude? I'm sorry. But she was happy that the trip was over. She leaned into me. Not an auspicious start to our life together, she deadpanned, clearly annoyed at having hit that skunk. I mean, you're the one who hit the skunk. What do you want me to do? But yes, with hindsight in mind, it was just foreshadowing. Hurricane Katrina and a skunk, and OP and this chick is still like, we're gonna make it work. Oh, bless you, kids. Bless your little hearts. Hey, if that's the worst thing that happened on the way here, I'd say we got lucky, said OP. She turned her head slightly to look at me. I hit some armadillos, too. Not the armadillos, bro. She sniffed the air. Oh, God, she stammered. Did she hit the armadillos on purpose? I bet she thought the skunk was an armadillo. She's a psychopath deep down. You could see it. All the meticulous planning, all the negging and nitpicking. She didn't even care about the armadillos. She cares about getting a shower, like a serial killer that just stabs somebody and then like straightens his tie as he walks away from the scene. That's the type of vibes I'm getting right now. We both need showers, said OP. Agreed. So we took our turns in the shower, scrubbing vigorously until we had made fairly sure that the smell was purged from our skin. Clothes were stuffed into garbage bags and put on the balcony to air out while awaiting the wash. She dug through my clothes until she found a pair of pajamas that I frequently wore and a t-shirt. Fellas, if you'd never seen a girl wearing your clothes, I gotta say, it's a beautiful sight. She emerged from my room wearing my pajamas, the t-shirt nearly reaching her knees, her hair still damp and a bit frazzled. It was nice. Yeah, that's true. 100%. Till she opens her mouth. Think you gotta give her the old 1-2. Boom, pow, straight to the moon. Oh man, I'm on one today. It's almost over. It's fine. And so we drifted to sleep, sharing my blanket, or rather she did. I laid awake for a while, unable to sleep with my racing thoughts. I would do my damnedest to respect what Taz had implored of me. She had uprooted her whole damn life just to be with me. Despite my thoughts, I was eventually able to get to sleep. I woke up early the next morning, Lily next to me, the blanket having long been stolen from me. I was facing her and gently put a hand on her shoulder, rubbing it softly. Her eyes, fluttered open, and she frowned, clearly having been annoyed at being awoken. But as her fog cleared and she realized where she was, her gaze softened, and she smiled sleepily at me. "Morning, Stinky," I razzed her softly. "Hey, you," she lolled back at me. I smiled back. "Welcome to Tulsa. You ready to start our lives?" And that's where I'll leave things for today. I was 15 when I met Lily. I was almost 23 now. 7 years of waiting. 7 years of her and I circling one another like binary stars, fated to orbit one another but never actually touch. But our orbits had decayed now, and we had collided. For better or for worse, the supernova was beginning. No apologies for spelling or grammar mistakes. Own your mistakes. Luca, out.
Collided. I get it.
No, but really, all the signs are there. Like I said, I don't know if it's because hindsight is 2020 that we could pick through this whole thing and be like, it's really, really obvious. But I guess love is just a weird thing, isn't it? These chemicals get going in your brain and you see past a whole lot of stuff. But from what I'm seeing, from where I'm sitting at the beginning of a relationship, yeah, they supposed to be like this, man. This is not a good start.
It's harder to be a woman.
No to be a man.
Women have to deal with menstruation, pregnancy, childbirth, breastfeeding, hot flashes, menopause.
Men have to deal with women.
Oh.
The Ballad of Lily, Part 4, White Reflection. That's not like a racial statement, is it? Somebody bring Whoopi Goldberg in here.
Hey, nah, that ain't racist. I was in a movie with a T-Rex.
Okay, thank you, Whoopi. See you later. Freaking subscribe to ReddX if you want. I wouldn't blame you if you didn't. But if you have, thank you. And thank you so much for being here with me today. Hello, guys, gals, and all the colors of our wonderful rainbow. It's me. Here we are again with another installment in the Ballad of Lily. If you've missed the previous parts, I think those are in the description. While this time in my life with Lily was largely uneventful, I was able to show a few mask slips, which, unbeknownst to me, were giant red flags. She might as well have been communicating via semaphore, but I was too love drunk to see it. Or, if I did see them, I ignored them. Let's get into the cast list. OP, hey, that's me! Lily, 5'2", of Latin Fury disguised as a beautiful woman, and Matt, a rock amongst a sea of WTFery. I mean, I'll try not to harp on and on about it in this episode. I know I probably did in the last episode, but hindsight's a hell of a thing. You know about it now. That's why you wrote it into the story. I don't have to say nothing. With the intros and cast out of the way, let's get into the latest installment of The Ballad of Lily. This chapter, White Reflection.
Nah, that ain't racist.
I know, Whoopi. Thank you very much. We're done for today. Pack it and go home. Where we last left off, Lily had awoken in my bed. Our first day of our lives living together had truly begun. But there was work to be done as well. I called up Matt, who had agreed to help us move Lily's things in a few weeks ago. How many times has Matt lifted furniture for me to this point? I really do owe him a lot. I mean, that's what bros do for bros. He knows that you'll be there when you need him. So with Matt arriving, the bottles of cleaner and disinfectant purchased, we all set about the work of getting everything into the apartment. In the last episode, Lily had struck a skunk on the way to Tulsa, which unfortunately sprayed the bottom of the truck and her car and much of mine with skunky bits of roadkill. And somebody pointed out in the comments that, like, she's more sad about her stuff being stinky than taking the life of an animal. And that really sort of outlines what kind of person she is. I thought it a very insightful comment. Thankfully, by the morning, the worst of the stink was gone, but all of Lily's fabrics had to be washed. We opted to drop everything off at a local laundromat and leave them to the task of de-stinking everything while we wiped everything with cleaner and disinfectant until it was clear enough to go into the apartment. Lily, to her credit, helped out quite a bit, having bought a mask from the store helped with the smell while we purchased the other cleaning products. There was light small talk and some joking as we cleaned and unpacked, loading things into the apartment. We're laughing. We're bantering. And then Lily's gonna make it real awkward in a second, watch. I'll gloss over the rest, but soon enough, Lily was fully moved in. And despite a small mishap trying to fill her waterbed from the kitchen faucet with a hose, everything went as smoothly as could be expected. With Matt's help, we even managed to get the U-Haul to its drop-off with only minutes to spare. It still stunk to high heaven, but no damage, so we were clear of any penalties. Why am I so unsurprised that Lily has a waterbed? I'm not going to specify any more than that. It just seems like exactly the type of thing she would have. So we set about arranging Lily's things, which also went smoothly, and soon it was dark. The ratty couch I once owned was relegated to a dumpster in the complex. I know, dick move, but no friends I knew wanted anything to do with it. And I'm certain that even a Goodwill store would have turned us down. We plopped onto her futon in the living room and let out a collective sigh. There were still boxes to unpack, but I would leave all that piddly shit to her. I was never one for decoration, so she had carte blanche to decorate however she wanted. Hold on, wait a minute, you're not supposed to throw couches in the dumpster? That's why I always light them on fire. It's much safer. Lily says, so you're just gonna let me do whatever with the rest? OP, yeah, I suppose so. You got the keen eye and, well, you see my penchant for tasteful decoration, I said, gesturing to the blank walls around me. Just get a wooden sign. Says live, laugh, love. You're good. Buy a gallon of sangria. It's fine. Fill your house with 20 cats. It's okay. Really on one today. I don't know what's happening. Lily says, thanks for the help, she added, dryly, clearly annoyed. Okay, whatever, then we don't have to do anything. But OP just shrugged it off. I had to work tomorrow. She didn't have a job. While I was paying bills, she could at least handle her own small boxes of crap. Time to turn in. So we both went to our separate rooms to sleep. This was a good arrangement. I preferred sleeping alone because my tossing and turning often kept others awake. So in lieu of sleep when with another, I usually just tried my best to lay still. This typically resulted in me getting a few hours at most, so I was particularly tired that night. True to my promise, I had fully quit smoking 2 weeks before she moved in. Oh, you're out of the danger zone. Good job, OP. So the next few weeks passed, largely without any incident. The few snide remarks of Lily were simply attributed to her temper. We were sitting in the living room one day, Lily having graciously donated her small CRT to the cause so we could watch movies or play games together. It was a Friday afternoon. I had just left work, and the lights went out. Welcome to the Philippines. Oh wait, you ain't in the Philippines, are you? What the hell? OP says, looking around. The whole apartment had lost power. Weird, Lily remarked. I knocked on a neighbor's door, and they had power. So I returned to my apartment and found a note taped to it. I might have forgotten to pay the power bill. No shame, man. It's happened to me a time or two. And OP does elucidate, saying, and by forgotten, I mean I threw away anything that came from the power company and told myself I'd just square it up later. Well, looks like later had now come. He's just denying reality at a certain point. I walked in with the notice in hand, and Lily instantly put 2 and 2 together. You didn't pay the light bill, she said, about 7 decibels louder than was acceptable. I kind of forgot. Well, not so much forgot, but kept putting them off. With all the moving expenses, I was kind of cash poor. But it's fine. I have the money. I'll call them and we'll get it turned back on. Fast. Or don't. Just sit in the dark. Romantically. Although you might have to work on Lily a little bit first. It does seem like she's in the mood at the moment. OP! Lily nearly growled. That is so irresponsible! I ignored her and called the power company immediately. I squared up with them, which was honestly the vast majority of my money from my fresh paycheck, but I knew that it was coming. God damn, this hurts. The power company said the guy hadn't even left the area yet, and within 30 minutes, our power was restored. Hallelujah, get off my back now. There, handled, I said as the lights clicked back on and the appliances whirred to life. OP, you can't not pay bills. I mean, she was right, but this was a game I had played with the power company before. Again, I will never call myself anything resembling responsible, particularly during this time in my life. I'd gone days without power before because I ignored the bills. It wasn't smart. It was frankly dumb as hell because the late fees added even more to the amount that I eventually paid. But I shrugged. Look, it got away from me with all the hectic stuff of getting you here, and now it's taken care of. But it's not taken care of, OP. She's gonna put this in her back pocket for later and never, ever forget about it.
Women.
She huffed, mumbled something under her breath about being a child, and retreated to her room to play online games. She got on Skype with some of her friends in Memphis. I usually don't eavesdrop, but during the conversation I did hear, well, someone forgot to pay the light bill, so we had to sit in darkness for an hour. Oh, what a bitch. She's just horrible, dude. You really feeling a certain type of way about this? Okay, let's sit here and talk it out. You don't run away and hide in your room like a little child and complain to your friends. Complain to me! I'm the one you got a problem with. But probably don't say it in that tone. I just sighed, logged into World of Warcraft to spend some time playing with my family before it was bedtime. Yeah, good first day together, all right. You got it. It's gonna go great. With the day done, we'll forward to the promise that we made in the last chapter. She landed a job. Hey! Nothing too special, just some background work for the local bank. To celebrate, we decided to finally purchase that TV that we had talked about. We visited the local Best Buy, perusing their selection of TVs. We'd already done some research online and had decided on a slim Mitsubishi rear projector with HD. It was about 55 inches, much too large for our small apartment living room, but damn, did it look good there. Lily got it on credit, along with a PS3 and some games. Well, that's making me more than slightly nervous. You just got the job, didn't you? Let's chill out a little bit. We agreed to split payments equally and had it delivered the next day. It was our first big purchase together, and hand in hand, we left that Best Buy, spirits high, and Lily offering to buy us supper. I mean, the bank's buying the supper. It's on the credit card. Her savings from her last job was slowly dwindling away, but I accepted. We ate and returned home to live in domestic bliss, which was totally gonna happen for reals. Lily's training for her new job took her away from me for 2 weeks, but that wasn't a problem. I spent that time playing Mirror's Edge on our huge new TV and cursing at my inability to get good. 2 weeks flew by. I had Matt over to hang out when I got lonely. We had some beers and just would shoot the shit while we played some games. And soon enough, Lily was back home. Now, with both of us earning money, bills were easier to manage. And once again, domestic living at its finest was had. Hooray for me, king in the castle!
Have a chair, I have a chair. Oh, go do this.
Evening dinners at our small kitchen table, laughing, joking, playing games together. I even got her playing WoW with me and my family. It was perfect. There was no strife, no snide remarks, only playful ribbing, and two people in love. Honeymoons are nice, ain't they? But I don't know, man. Just wait till basically anything goes wrong. She does not handle stress of any sort well, which isn't going to serve you in life because life is full of stress. One night, Lily logged off WoW early and went to bed. I was playing with my family over Ventrilo. This was pre-Discord, when my brother-in-law remarked, "Is someone crying?" Concerning, I took off my headset and I could hear Lily crying in her room. I quickly said goodnight to my family and logged off and stepped gingerly into her room, asking what was wrong. "I have nobody," she said quietly. OP says, "Well, that's wrong. You've got me." "And that's all," she said louder, huffing between crying. "You've got friends over. You have connections here. You've got people. I don't have friends. My friends are all back home." "Why did you move here? Maybe it's time to make some new friends." "Well, that's just patently false, Lily. All of your friends are online, playing World of Warcraft, the hottest MMORPG sponsored by ReddX Industries. Whoa!" "No, wait, they're supposed to sponsor me. How does this work again? It's been so long." Hearing her say back home was a little bit of a gut punch. I had thought, after, well, over a few months living together, that she considered this to be her home, and I was wrong. Lily, this is your home now. You can go visit your friends in Memphis if you like, and besides, I'm sure you'll make friends here. You're a wonderful person with a magnetic personality. Citation needed. I'm sure you'll have plenty of friends in no time. I sat on the edge of her bed, gently rubbing her shoulder. "You know I hate to see you cry. Hey, Matt likes you. I'm sure he'd like to be your friend." She glared at me. "Oh yeah, friends with your stupid tuner friends, but none of my own. Sounds like heaven." Another gut punch. When she got in these moods, she knew what hurt me and would use that against me. I only sighed, brushing it off. She was upset, and she tended to lash out when she was hurting. Maybe transferring her pain to someone else was a coping mechanism. I will never know. And thank God you don't have to sit there and try to unpack it. You gotta give her some hard news. Be like, look, if you keep insisting that you're alone, eventually you will be. You know? Be careful what you wish for, because you just might get it. OP stood up at this point and said, I'm sure you'll make your own friends in time." "I won't," she cried. "You know how I am. I work, I come home, I play games. I don't go out and cruise Memorial like you did. My only friends are online now." I mean, that's basically my situation, and I'm so satisfied with it. I don't see why she's upset. I got wife, kids, a little bit of family. Oh, maybe you guys should have a baby. I bet that would fix this whole relationship. Really do just have horns coming out of my head today. What's going on? OP shrugs and says, "Well, you like billiards. What about going down to Magoo's? Lots of people to play against, and even league nights where you can show off." She frowned. "Everyone there smokes. It's disgusting. You never been to a pool hall before?" This was well before indoor smoking bans were in place, but a few establishments, mainly restaurants, had already sectioned off into smoking and non-smoking, which is about the same thing as segregating a swimming pool into peeing and non-peeing. You gotta get some secondhand. OP sighs again. "I don't know, Lily. I'm sure with time you'll make friends with co-workers or something. I know anything I say right now won't help. I love you." I left her room, gently closed the door, and returned to my own room, donning my headset and getting back on WoW. God, that game really is worse than heroin, right? This subject is not closed. I don't even know if she's looking for solutions. I think she's just looking for sympathy. But then she starts seeking that sympathy regularly. It's like an attention-seeking behavior. I don't know, man. There's a lot to unpack. Usually all it takes is sitting there and hugging him and letting him cry. You don't even have to say something. Usually I say, "It okay, don't be cry." And that seems to help. That's good. So stupid. I apologized to my family, explaining that Lily was feeling homesick. I hear my bedroom door open and quickly mute myself before Lily tears into me. You're just gonna leave me crying like that? Oh God, here we go. What kind of help are you? I can't believe you just left me there when I needed you, she yelled. I mean, I kind of see her point, but like, man, that turned around quick. We went from sadness to anger in just a split second. Let's hope your WoW gaming chair comes with an ejection seat. It's like boing out the window. OP tries to keep things civil and says, what do you want me to say that I haven't already? I just wanted you to be there, she yelled louder. See, that's kind of what I was saying, dude. Don't say nothing, just hold her. But it's a lesson I had to learn as well. I don't think I would have known to do this in my younger days. I see. I'm sorry. If you want, I'll come lay with you until you feel better, OP says. I don't want you to anymore! Ugh! Okay, princess. See you later. With that, she shut my door and stomped off to her room once more. You know, I'm kind of an advocate of the separate rooms, but also, it makes it so easy to just segregate yourself. I know she wants you to chase her, but should you? I didn't know it at the time, but I do believe this was a calculated move. Her mood soured when Matt was over, clearly annoyed that I was spending time with him rather than her. Or perhaps it was that I had someone to confide in. I'll never really understand. She wanted to separate me from others, whether this be out of a desire for control or because she didn't like the thought of me having a friend that wasn't also one of her friends, but she wanted that separation. In that moment, I only felt bad that I didn't read her emotions better and comfort her more. Oh, come on, dude. Mag Therodon ain't gonna kill himself. I excused myself from my family for the night and gently knocked on her door. Go away, came the terse response. I don't want us to go to bed mad at one another, I said through the door. Fine, she said flatly. I took that as an invitation and entered her room, sitting on the bed and pulling her into a hug. I'm sorry. I'm not the best when it comes to reading people and comforting them. I'm a solutions-oriented person, and I can see now that you just wanted a shoulder. That's on me. She sniffled. I'm sorry, too. I shouldn't have snapped at you like that. I'm just homesick, I guess. Lonely. I have you, and most times that's enough for me, but only being able to talk to my friends at home online is hard for me. I'm afraid they'll drift away from me. At home. She said it again, and it hurt just as bad. It's a gradual adjustment. They probably will drift away, but you know what? We make new friends. People come in and out of your life for all sorts of reasons. OP says, Lily, Memphis will always be your real home, at least for now. You'll find people here, I'm sure of it, and you won't lose contact with your friends back home. I released our hug and made eye contact. The white reflection of the ceiling light in her tear-glazed eyes will forever be burned into my memory. I still sometimes wonder if this was true distress or simply crocodile tears to dig into me and make me feel bad. But in that moment, I saw the woman that I loved deeply crying, and that I was the cause of it, or at least had made it worse. I don't think they are crocodile tears. She doesn't seem outright malicious. She's just got a lot of baggage and insecurities that were never addressed. Does that mean I'm gonna lay off the gas? Hell no! I'm gonna dunk on her until she gets into therapy. That's how we do. OP continues, look, we'll make friends together. Not yours, not mine, ours. And it might take some time, I chuckled. We're both introverts. And in this, I was being genuine. I broke out of my shell a bit in Tulsa, racing, clubbing, doing all that dumb young adult stuff, but I was in a new place with a fresh start, away from my family, my small town, and also truly alone. I didn't have anyone to feel self-conscious around, so I just let my freak flag fly for a time, as it were. I settled back into my introverted ways when I moved in with Heidi. I suppose comfort brings back old habits, and unfettered access to the internet and its wonders certainly didn't help me to get out and about. I'm with the dude. Out and about's overrated anyways. That time of my life is done. Lily nodded timidly, giving me a kiss on the cheek. I like that plan, she responded, while wiping the tears from her eyes. So, with that bit of strife over, we returned to our lives of cohabitation. In all honesty, we had beyond a good laugh at some over-microwaved leftover Popeye's chicken that left the apartment smelling of burnt chicken for a week. Oh, that would be so awesome. They should sell burnt chicken candles, dude.
New from ReddX Industries.
It's my fault, really. I set the time for 20 minutes rather than 10, and we only noticed when Lily's sharp nose detected smoke before the detectors did. She loved to tell that story. Life continued on, in perfect harmony. Is it perfect harmony, or is it just like the time between fights? I've had relationships like that. You're like, hey, at least we aren't fighting, but you know in your heart that you're gonna fight again. You should get up and out. So, a little over a year flies by. I remember it keenly. Obama was elected president. We watched the results on a local TV, thanks to an antenna that we bought a few months into living together. After the election, a few more uneventful months went by. It was in that time that I made a fateful decision, one that would haunt me for the next several years. One night, we were sitting down, figuring out the bills. Lily, I gotta be honest with you, I suck at this. You're more responsible than I am, and frankly, math ain't my strong suit, so I'll make a deal with you. What deal? She questioned, ready to verbally assault me. I'll just transfer all my money into your account via direct deposit and keep like $200 a paycheck for myself, for some play money. I'd feel a lot better with you handling the bills, and you got a mind for details, so I think it's win-win. It was not win-win, but that part comes later. Yeah, that's a terrible idea. I'm gonna wire transfer it to you on payday, but I'm not gonna direct deposit it into your account. That's crazy. Lily sighed. All right, that's fine. To be frank, doing this with you each month is just frustrating anyways. I'd rather handle it myself. God, she really is just insufferable. I'm sure she said some nice stuff too at some point, but those moments seem rare in this story. OP tilts his head. You're not mad at me? I'm basically shoving the finances onto you. She shook her head. Nah, it's honestly easier this way. And at least with me in charge of bills, our lights won't get turned off again. She gave me a pointed look. Told you she was saving that one in her back pocket for years, bro. If you made it a decade down the road, she'd still pull it out every once in a while to beat you over the head with it. Trust me, me and my wife been together 6 years. All right, deal, I said, and sealed it with a hug that also sealed my fate. Ooh, ominous. Since we're talking about finances, she said, a little quieter. What about it? I asked quizzically. Well, I've been doing the math. We're wasting money living here. We should buy a house. Nah, I'm good. Ain't we still paying off the projector and the PS3 on the credit card? I think I'm good. The thought really had never occurred to me. Home ownership was for people with business suits and salaries, not two young adults with admittedly decent paying jobs for the time, but nothing really worthy of home ownership. My entire life, my mother was a renter. I was a renter. The thought of owning a home was foreign to me. Well, at the very least, I could say that this probably was not the worst time ever to buy a house, so yeah, go ahead maybe. Just pay it off before the bubble collapses. How's it a waste of money? OP asks. The answer to me now is obvious, but back then I was certifiably stupid. Well, we're basically throwing money away every month. If we're paying on a house, we're building equity. I knew the equity meant something fiscally important, but the details were lost on me. Explain equity, I asked, and so she did. and we had a long discussion on the pros and cons of owning a home. Strangely, this didn't turn into an argument. If I disagreed with her on something, she usually put down my intelligence or made some snide remark that I brushed off. But this time, it really did feel like we were hashing something out. I argued that renting was easier for us because we didn't have to worry about things breaking. If something did, the apartment would fix it for us. She argued that a home warranty was good in the short term, and we could build a small emergency fund for things that needed immediate attention. Additionally, once the house was paid off, all we'd have to pay would be property taxes. Long story short, her argument won out, and we decided that night to go hunt for a home of our very own. Yeah, love makes you do some stuff, don't it? OP says, I didn't know it at the time, and this sentence will be said a lot, but every small decision I made at her behest, the promise to make friends together, the relinquishing of my finances to her, the decision to buy a house, they were claws. Claws that she dug into me to keep me under control. I suppose it was a fear response. She might have been afraid of me leaving her again, as I had done so many times in the past. But perhaps what she didn't know, or what she refused to know, was that I was committed to her through thick and thin. If she asked me to put a ring on it 2 weeks into living with me, I would have. But she had 3 claws in me now. I still had Matt, thank God. She wasn't happy when he was around, but she begrudgingly allowed me to remain friends with him. Ray wasn't even a factor anymore. He had long since moved in with his girlfriend, and they were expecting a child. Hell, he traded his Supra for a truck. He didn't even talk to anyone that much anymore. He was preparing to be a family man. As time moves on, more claws would find their way into me, but that's a story for another chapter. For today, that's where we'll leave things for now. Thanks for reading or listening. No apologies for spelling or grammar mistakes. Own your mistakes.
And so I shall.
I gotta be honest, with all these different claws coming out, maybe I'm swaying my opinion a bit. Maybe she is actually malicious, or she just does all of this subconsciously in order to isolate you. And then all you have left is her, and she does nothing but beat down your sense of self-worth over every goddamn little thing. Slippery slopes! That's all I'm gonna say, slippery slopes! What's the next logical step after you buy a PlayStation 3 together? Well, of course it's buying a house together! The Ballad of Lily, Chapter 5, Living Daylights. And if you've missed the previous parts, those links are in the description. Thank you so much for choosing to join me again today. Freaking subscribe to ReddX! I hope that you do, but I can't live your life for you. Hello, guys, gals, and all the wonderful colors of our beautiful rainbow. It's me, Luca, here with part 5 of The Ballad of Lily. There has been some strife, some slips of her mask, and what I, in hindsight, believe to be subtle manipulation. Not even that subtle, honestly. Today we chronicle our search for a home to buy, and some shenanigans during and after. Why you gotta do all this? You're not even married, right? Let's think about this critically. It is a dumpster fire in the making. As always, I will preface this by saying that I do not hate Lily. And Lily, if you happen to stumble across this, I hope you're doing well. This is only my side of how events transpired. We were neither of us perfect, and with the benefit of hindsight, we were just not right for one another. But beards we both were, in some ways. Myself in more traditional ways as my depression escalated, her in more manipulative and abusive ways. With all that out of the way, let's get into the cast list. Well, I'm glad things are going better for you, Luca. I'm sure they're going fine for Lily too, you know? And this series of videos is definitely gonna help. We're super therapeutic here at ReddX Industries, alright? OP, yeah, that's our OP. Beanpole of a guy with a budding beer gut. Recently kicked smoking and drinking together. God, that's superhuman. Edgy goth kid that, yes, did own a leather trench coat, and yes, wore it regularly. No fedora or fingerless gloves, and I didn't shave as often as one should have. I think just the leather trench coat works fine. That's a good thing to have. Or maybe I should tell you it's unfashionable and outdated and you should give it to me. Lily is my girlfriend, 5'2" of pissed off Chihuahua energy. Traditionally attractive, but short-tempered and possessive. Often referred to herself as yandere, which for those of you not into weebery, means someone who is willing to harm or even kill people who interfere with their love interest. I mean, at least she's aware of the problem. That makes me hopeful that she was able to fix it at some point. Matt is bro dude with a soul patch and a 90s Subaru hoopty. One of my best friends at the time, continues to be a friend to this day. Does he know about this series? Hey Matt, what's going on? How you doing, buddy? With the preface out of the way, let's get into the meat of the tale. This chapter, Living Daylights. I think I said that before. Where last we left off, I had consigned my finances largely to Lily, leaving a bit, $200 a paycheck, to myself to spend as I please. That's a pretty hefty entertainment budget when you come to think of it. We had also decided after some discussion to officially go on the hunt for a house. First, we'd have to save. We opted to put $100 of each paycheck into a saving account to save for a down payment. This left me with $100 of spending money per paycheck. Plenty of money back in 2008 to play around with, but nothing really to write home about. I do agree $100 is $100, alright? But I'm very loath to believe that you and Lily will ever actually buy a house. Maybe it's just like one of those fun things that keeps the relationship together but isn't as expensive as a baby. Dreams of the future are the cheapest glue available. So months passed without incident. Lily had continued the research and concluded that we could comfortably afford a home worth $150,000. And we went on the hunt. If this is in California, you're gonna end up in a crack shack. That's not, that's not much at all. Her birth father's promise to pitch in a bit, mainly closing costs, our savings, and a first-time home buyer's deal meant that we could finally get to the business of hunting a house in earnest. Oh boy, you're really doing this, aren't you? Okay, with the budget of $150,000, let's play House Hunters Tulsa Edition! This could actually be a fun game. Let's play it right now as you were watching the video, alright? Myself, I didn't have any real requirements. At least 2 bedrooms, a nice living room, and a decent kitchen. Nothing special, but it ticked all the boxes of our current situation, and we were happy enough here, so anything extra was just a bonus. Lily's requirements: 4 bedrooms minimum! Bro, we already out. Unless you count the closets as bedrooms. 1 for a guest room, another for a game room where a pool table could be placed, 2-car garage, in-ground pool, large living room, vaulted ceilings, spacious dining room, kitchen with a center island, large master with ensuite bathroom, at least 2 bathrooms. Bro, what? You're not gonna find that basically. You come to the Philippines, you're still not gonna be able to find that for that price. Okay, maybe that's a lie, but you ain't coming to the Philippines, are you? You're looking for this in Arizona. How are you this disconnected? Have you ever been to planet Earth? So of course, OP balks at all of these requirements and how we could possibly find a home with all of that with only $150K on our budget. But Lily was insistent, so I relented. No, this is a thing you can't relent on, okay? Force her to live in the real world for a second. Scale down! Or, if we're really gonna do this, then we have to scale our budget up. But you're not gonna find this for $150,000. Many of our house hunting conversations went like this. OP, hey, what about this one? Lily, it doesn't have a pool. OP, true, but it's got everything else, and the office could easily be converted into your game room. Lily, it doesn't have a pool. Why are you even showing me this? Jesus Christ, dude. Are you kidding me? OP, Look, I'm just trying to find a compromise. We might not get everything you want, but something close to it is certainly achievable. Lily. Ugh, I told you, OP, I want what I want. Anything less isn't even worth looking at. OP. All right, then. Let's keep looking. Repeat this conversation ad nauseum for the next few months. How do you even have the patience to endure something like this is what I want to know. Is it because she's just that conventionally attractive and deep down in your heart you really don't think that you can do better? Anything would be better than this. A relationship's a two-way street. I don't even know why we're bothering here. Oh, you're driving me nuts. So it took us a few months of looking, checking various realty websites daily for new listings, when one finally showed up. It met all of her requirements, and surprisingly came just short of $150,000. I was shocked. It even had a covered deck and a fireplace. The area of town wasn't bad either. That being said, real estate in Oklahoma is some of the cheapest in the United States. Oh, Oklahoma. Why did I say Arizona earlier? But yes, cheapest in the United States even today. However, in curiosity, I looked up the value of that home today, and it would be worth around $275,000 in 2023 dollars. And the rate of inflation has only been like 4% between 2008 and now. Truth is, land property is the best investment you can make, bar none. On top of all that, thanks to recent, at the time, political changes, we would qualify for a $7,500 credit as first-time home buyers. Hell yeah, incentivized housing collapse! To make a boring story less boring, we made a bid at just above the asking price, and after a lot of paperwork and credit checks and income verification and even more paperwork, we were standing at the threshold of our new home, keys in hand. It must have felt pretty good in the moment, and then when it all falls down, a short while later, there will be a time for regret. Matt helped us to move, of course, because he is a bro of the purest caliber. It was a 2-story home, vaulted ceilings in the living area, with a staircase leading from the front door landing, winding up and to the left to lead to the upstairs bedrooms, of which there were 3. There was also a bathroom. Downstairs was the master primary bathroom, kitchen, and dining room. The living room was spacious. I have to say, when she sets her mind to something, she really can make it happen. Again, I admired her stick-to-itiveness. She really found a house ticking all of her boxes for the price that we had budgeted. Yeah, that's because she's a witch, I'm pretty sure. How many small animals did you have to sacrifice to make this happen, huh?
You're a monster.
While we were moving out, Matt had discovered a lingering pack of cigarettes that I had stashed above the microwave and just neglected to throw away. It was open and obviously stale by that point, but as he was tossing it, Lily's keen eyes caught what was going into the bin. Oh god, here we go. Cigarettes! I can beat the living daylights out of you! Lily nearly shouted. All right, bring it on then. You really want to do this? Equal rights, equal fights? I know OP wouldn't actually punch Lily, but we're jumping to conclusions here, ain't we? OP tries to tell his side of the story. Oh, I had forgotten those were there. I quit just before you moved in. I just forgot about him. She narrowed her eyes at me. How long before? Oh my god, dude. She nearly growled. I shrugged. I don't know. 2 or 3 weeks? Let me smell them, she demanded. Bro, she is a witch. She's a Baba Yaga. Somebody check her for a mortar and pestle. Okay. I dug the cigarettes out and let her take a whiff. These smell fresh, she said again. Louder than polite conversation. Yes, the flip-top bops from Winston keeps the cigarettes fresh for an extended period of time. Then your Legbeard girlfriend can yell at you about them for seemingly no reason. Things were just going too well, you know? She has to throw a monkey wrench into it. How about this? How about I start smoking again just to spite you? That's how much I hate how you're acting right now. At this point, Matt's eyebrows shot up. This was the first time that she had let her mask slip in front of him. They're not. Hell, these are probably months old. I tapered off long before you moved in, Lily. Matt, you know smokes. Are these fresh? Matt took a whiff.
Nah, man. These are old as hell,
he casually responded before throwing them in the bin.
Of course your stupid tuner friend would defend you,
she rebutted, which made Matt stop what he was doing.
I'm sorry. His what?
He asked. Lily, seemingly having realized that her mask had slipped, quickly reaffixed it and let out a sigh.
I'm sorry, Matt. I'm just really opposed to smoking. You know that. I'm sorry I lashed out. If you say they're old, they're old. I have no reason to doubt you.
Is anybody buying this? Is anybody actually believing that she's just gonna let this go? Nope, it's going in the back pocket for later, I'll tell you. I responded, Lily, your nose is sharp. If I was still smoking, there's no way that you wouldn't know. She confidently strode up to me and gave me a big sniff.
You stink!
Jesus, I hate this, dude. How are you so wretched about absolutely everything? OP says, yeah, of course I stink. I've been moving stuff all day. Can we move on, please? Matt gave me a worried look. I just shrugged at him and gave him a look that said, let it go, man. No, Matt, don't let it go. Save him, man. You're the only one that sees this situation for what it is right now. But yeah, also they just bought a house together, so I don't know. Maybe it's best to just cross fingers and hope for the best. With that bit of drama behind us, the rest of the move went on without incident. We treated Matt to supper as thanks for helping, and bought him a six-pack as well.
Hell yeah, the six-pack is supper, brother. Party demon, whoa!
As I walked him to his car after returning the rental van, he took me aside.
What was that stupid tuner friend thing about?
She gets that way sometimes. It's not a big deal. She just really hates the idea of me smoking anymore, and so when she saw that pack, it set her off. She trusts you, but her trust kind of melts if she suspects something. I'm sure she didn't mean it. I lied as easily as I breathed. I mean, I can still see why you're defending her at this point. You have to believe. You just bought a house together, so yes, surely it's going to work out for the best. Matt doesn't need to know the deep, dark depths that this thing really gets to. So Matt says, all right, man. Well, let me know if you need anything else. Congrats on the new house. We exchanged the standard bro dude hug, backslap handshake gesture, and parted ways. Soon enough, our $7,500 home buyer credit came in, and we spent it on some essentials, a washing machine and a dryer, and then we splurged on a nice sofa/love seat combo with reclining seats, and finally a nice king bed for the master suite that made Lily happy enough to agree to parting with her waterbed. My bedroom accoutrement went to the larger of the upstairs bedrooms along with my computer. Lily's computer went into the second bedroom upstairs, and we were officially moved in. Great, now our whole relationship is going to start clicking like clockwork, isn't it? Now that we've made a huge financial investment together, everything's gonna turn out all right. Oh man. Our mortgage was higher than our previous rent payment was, but I was confident that Lily had done the math and that we could afford it. And afford it we could, but the margin was small. Oh, small margins. Puh, just sell more hours of your life. What's wrong with that? Hop on your bike. It's time to work some Uber Eats, or I guess it's 2008. So it's time to invent Uber Eats, okay? That's what we're doing now. Months passed in cohabitation, but something had changed in Lily. She became a bit more demanding of me. We generally had chores split, and I was in charge of the dishes. If the sink got a little too full of old dishes, which I was prone to do, I never let it get truly bad, but I would go a week sometimes before cleaning up the kitchen. A week, dude? Yeah, that's kind of a bridge too far for me as well. Probably her reaction to it's way over the top, but why would you not wash the dishes while the food is still wet on it? You're gonna let it dry on there and then you gotta scrape and scrub? Nah, it's not the way to go. Why would you live your life like this? Anyways, of course, Lily would snip and nag at me until it got done. We now had a lawn to maintain as well, which was also my responsibility. I hated lawn work, but this was part of home ownership, and we'd gotten a nice used mower from Craigslist, I think. If I let the grass get too high, I would get torn apart. In the apartment, it didn't really bother her if the dishes went for a bit unless something started to smell, at which point I agreed that it had gone too long. Here, she needed everything clean all the time. Spotless. I don't know, man. Sometimes my wife gets sort of the same way, and I have to remind her that we don't live in a Hallmark movie. We have 3 children, and yes, sometimes there are going to be piles of toys or clothes on the floor for days at a time, and you just gotta be okay with it. And she's doing better at letting go. But you need to have a frank conversation with Lily about how she really needs to let go. There's probably also the factor that wifey and I have been married for 6 years and we're kind of used to each other's idiosyncrasies. Right now, OP and Lily are still getting used to each other. The limerence is just wearing off, you know? New relationship smell. The honeymoon phase is somewhat over. And now we get to see what you guys are truly made of. So OP says it was easy enough to do these tasks, but her constant pricking of me when things weren't done as soon as she liked began to wear on me. To me, it wasn't a big deal, but she wanted a spotless home, so I tried to keep up. But being inherently a bit lazy, I do admit that I would let things go sometimes. Her nagging got to me, but the good times were still good. Yay! The times between fights are great. Sitting on our new couch, watching anime rips from torrents, suppers together, it was a normal life, if you discounted her snide poking at me. Okay, now imagine a partner that can give you that normal life without any of the snide poking. Oh, we're living in heaven now. Obviously, I don't mean Lily, I mean with somebody completely different, but yeah, you get where I'm coming from, don't you? A few more months passed without any significant incident. Then Lily comes home from work one evening and announces she has an interview with a satellite TV provider. Now, there were 2 major call centers for satellite TV providers in Tulsa. I had once worked for DirecTV, and she had landed an interview with Dish Network. They were opening a dispatch center for their technicians, and apparently the pay was pretty good for our area. God, remember when people used to pay for cable? That's adorable. Anybody still have cable in their house? Leave a comment so we can laugh at you. I'm just kidding. I know you don't want to miss your sports ball games, that's fine. Needless to say, Lily got the job and encouraged me to apply as well, since the money was better. It was true. It was a good 25% better than what I was making at MetLife, so I applied, and sure enough, I got the job. We were dispatchers now, working for Dish Network, making pretty decent money. Unbeknownst to me, this was another claw. For those of you keeping count at home, that's 4 now. Yeah, I can't imagine ever working at the same place as my significant other. You need a little time apart. You can't just home and work together all the time, always, forever. It's gonna explode. Now Lily had me at home, and she had me at work as well. There was nowhere that I wasn't under her supervision. And you just agreed to all this. That's the craziest part to me. I'd be like, nah, I think I'm good. I don't think working at the same place is healthy. There you go, line in the sand, and we're done. But OP is lazy to the point of like not even wanting to make his own decisions, which I sort of identify with. I did go through a point like that in my 20s, but come on, man, we can do better than this. Pull yourself up and out. Work there was pretty easy. Dispatching wasn't hard, but sometimes you had to draw a hard line for the technicians to meet deadlines. Here is where Lily made her first friends, in Tulsa. We'll discuss them in later chapters. By this time, Lily's frequent demeaning of me had begun to take its toll on my psyche. I don't talk about it much in previous chapters, but nearly every day she had some criticism of me. No, you didn't even have to mention that, OP. I sort of already inferred as much. A lot of these criticisms were valid. I didn't brush my teeth often enough. True. I was lazy. Also true. I had no drive. Semi-true. The truth of the matter was that I was imperfect. I was perfectly happy to spend my days with Lily at home in front of the TV, watching TV, or playing video games. I mean, those don't really seem like nitpicky criticisms. I thank people when they remind me of stuff like that. Wifey's like, no offense, your armpits stink. And I say, thank you, darling. I'll go take a shower. Because sometimes you forget. Sometimes it's good to be reminded. But also, you don't really need to drive it down my throat every single day. Especially if it's gaslighting. And I know I'm not stinky. So yeah, teeth brushing, I approve. The lazy no drive thing, it comes with time. You expected me to be super passionate about working in a DirecTV call center? What's wrong with you? My passion is for going home and watching the things I want to watch on the entertainment obelisk. Anyways, a few months after working there, we decided to purchase laptops for each of us so we could game on the couch together rather than in different rooms. Bro, it's too much time together. It's too much. It could have worked if you guys learned how to be apart at any point. We would laugh and play and watch anime and just exist in each other's spaces. Please, please don't exist in my space. Sometimes I need my space, okay? Despite the slow, psyche-destroying demeaning, I was genuinely happy. Or so you thought. Come on, you can't actually believe that, right? We would go to work together and come home together and cook dinner together and just be with one another together.
Forever! Forever! Forever!
Yeah, and she would peck the back of your skull out during all of these times. There's no escape. How are you not losing your mind? Luca's gonna snap at some point, you know? I'm not saying he's gonna kick down the door with an AR-15, but he is gonna need to make his escape. So then, Lily began to demean my work performance, telling me that I was doing things wrong. I wasn't, it just wasn't how she did things. Telling me how good her service areas were, pointing out flaws in my service areas. Oh, God, I'm dying. I don't care about it even from coworkers. I doubly don't care from my wife. How about that? Let's get real. It's just a fucking job. I suspect it might have come from a place of wanting me to improve, but honestly, it just hurt my pride. I was among the top 5 performers at work. Lily was determined to be number 1, of course, which was fine, and she did that quite easily, but I was happy with my performance. However, Lily wanted perfection, as always. You should come after the number 1 slot and knock her down to number 2, and then just turn your whole marriage into a competition about who does better providing digital cable from DirecTV. Sure, it seems like a sad, meaningless, empty life on the surface, but if we do it long enough, then we'll convince ourselves that it's what we always wanted. So ridiculous. A year into living together at the new home, her constant stream of insults grated on me. Each little snide comment or remark on my character would be like sandpaper, slowly wearing away at the thin veneer of my resolve. I'll preface this next part by saying that I have never shouted at a loved one before, and never after. But Lily was like a master surgeon, knowing exactly which nerves to snip and which buttons to press. It was only a matter of time before something happened. Yeah, like I said, you about to snap. One evening, I went out with Matt for the first time in a long while. We went to Magoo's, drank a few beers, chatted, talked about the days we used to cruise Memorial, and just reminisced. All told, I was gone for about 4 hours. I came home around 11 p.m. to Lily, sitting on the couch, watching some anime that we had promised to watch together, alone. She was several episodes ahead. Not a big deal. I'm sure she wouldn't mind watching again with me so I could catch up. She looked at me, staring daggers.
So, who you been out fucking?
Oh boy, here we go. I guess we're doing this now. Do you see any lipstick on my collar? How do you come at me like that with no proof whatsoever? I'm not even gonna defend myself. You know what? I'm going to bed. You can apologize to me for that statement when you're ready. I was deeply committed to her. The thought of another woman had never even crossed my mind. Yeah, I was a man, and occasionally I would glance at an attractive woman as she passed. Chicks do it too, honestly. Me and wifey went to Boracay, and both of us were checking out the Festival of Flesh, okay? As long as you're secure in your own relationship, yeah, go ahead, look, it's fine. Lily, of course, would always catch my glance, watching me like an owl whenever someone remotely attractive came into my field of view. She will peck your eyes out, she will peck your brain in, and she's over your shoulder like all of the time. How do you live like this for an entire year? I would be up and out so fast. We are not going to work. Each time Lily would prod me and say, just go bang her already, or something similar. I always passed that off as jealousy, but this was definitely an accusation. One that cut me deep because I'd never do anything like that. And with that, I snapped. The dam broke, there was a ringing in my ears, and the words fell out of my mouth without consent. Let's get ready to rumble! Round one, fight! Bing bing! OP. Oh, we fucked everybody at the bar. It was a wild orgy, Lily. You should have been there. Could have had 4 dicks to yourself if you wanted. It was asses to balls, wall to wall. I banged everybody, I shouted. I am not proud of it, but I shouted. Whoa, OP from the top rope. Somebody get that guy a folding chair. Lily, you would. I always see you looking at other girls. Why don't you go hit one of them up and have a great time? Hell, call Heidi. I bet her slutty ass would give it up again. She screamed back. Oh yes, just throw everything in each other's faces. Here we go. How long do you think it's gonna be before somebody throws a plate? OP says, why do you assume I want to bang every woman I come across? I asked loudly. Lily, well, you did a good job of that while you weren't with me, she cried, tears starting to form on her face. Oh, see? This is what happens. She comes in with the aggression, she gets pushed back on, and then she bends. She buckles like a goddamn belt and starts crying to get back on the winning side of the situation. I hate this. She really is just the worst. OP says, what do you not understand about my commitment to you? We have a house together. I'm not cheating. I never have. I never will. Stop being such a bitch about all of this. Lily stopped. I had never called her the B word before. She was stun-locked. Yeah, truth hurts, don't it? Lily, did you just... OP, yeah, you're being a bitch right now. I'm tired of your constant snide comments about my past. I'm not banging anybody but you. Hell, I'm not even thinking about it. Do I look at attractive women? Sure, but it's only in passing. And you're still the most beautiful woman in my eyes. I'm a guy, and I glance at women sometimes. Fucking get over it! Lily, now fully crying. You're such a bastard! She stood up and stormed to her bedroom. Oh yeah, who's the real victim here? Look at me, big bad OP telling it like it is. If you would not like to be called one of those things, maybe you should not act like one of those things. OP says, are you jealous you've really only been with me? Is that it? I followed her. Well, have a hall pass. Go bang somebody else if you want. Get that jealousy out of your goddamn system if it means I don't have to deal with all your constant needling. She slammed the door of her bedroom. Ah, nice healthy relationship. Everybody's just having a good time. I'm glad we bought this house together, you guys. Man. Cuts me deep. It cuts me deep. But also, I have purposely avoided situations like this. I've had girlfriends I've been with for 3 years say, let's buy a house. And I'm like, nah, we ain't married. We ain't buying a house. Aren't you guys so looking forward to going to work together tomorrow? Imagine the carpool ride over. I'm sorry that brings me so much joy, but it really is hilarious. This is like watching my parents' relationship unfold before my eyes. Oh, OP just sat on the couch and caught his breath. I just had a shouting match with someone that I loved, and I said a lot of things that I didn't mean. How did that happen? I never done that before. Even when Heidi cheated on me in the parking lot of DirecTV, classy broad. Classy broad. I didn't shout. I just cried a little and forgave her. Which she never should have done that. Oh no. I listened to her crying in her bedroom. I couldn't cry, however. The tears just wouldn't come. For some reason, I felt nothing but righteous indignation and anger. There was no sadness. Sighing, I stood up and made my way to the kitchen before getting started on the dishes, as if getting that chore done would somehow undo how I had acted moments before. I could sort of see the logic there. Scrub away the stains on these plates that we couldn't scrub away from our own relationship. It's kind of poetic if you think about it. That task done, I wandered upstairs to my own bedroom and shut the door. That night would be the first time that we had a screaming match, but it would not be the last. I know, OP. I know. She knew she could do it now, and it would be fun and interesting to find new ways to break me. But those are stories for another day. For now, we'll leave things off right here. Thanks for reading and watching and listening, and thanks to Red for everything that he does. No apologies for spelling or grammar mistakes. Own your mistakes! Luca, out. Well, it seems like that separate bedrooms thing is certainly working out. Better let it fester overnight so we can have a nice car-argument on the ride to work in the morning. That just kills me, dude. How awkward could it possibly be? This is one of those things that you should definitely address. Don't go to sleep angry, etc. But yeah, nobody wants to be the first to apologize. You don't even have to apologize. Just go in there and open up a dialogue. But I understand, sometimes it's really hard. I've never been accused directly of cheating like that. Wifey will dig through my stuff from time to time, but it's like, go ahead. I got nothing to hide. I'm not the cheating sort. Although early on in the relationship, we did have our struggles. But I've learned, I've grown. I can't save every woman in the world. I have to pick one. So I did. I mean, Luca also picked just one, but he picked the wrong one to start. I think he's got the right one now, though. She seems really nice in the Discord server. So congratulations to both of you. Lily, I do hope that you got it figured out at some point. Don't be mean to me. Why are you going to be mean to me? I'm just a funny little guy. Well, you want to fight a funny little guy? The Ballad of Lily, part number 6, Truth. Or at least truthiness. You know, something resembling the truth, maybe, if you look at it sideways. Freaking subscribe to ReddX, or Chris Trucker will fart in your dish soap. Or his sister, Christina, might. I don't know which fate is worse, honestly. We did both of them in the same Twitch stream. And I hope you subscribe to me on Twitch as well as ReddX. And if you're new here, well, welcome in. You started it at part 6. There's a playlist in the description if you want to go watch part 1. And we'll continue on. Hello, guys, gals, and all the wonderful colors of our beautiful rainbow. It's Luca. Found some time to write a little more, so here we are. How it be? Today we are continuing the Ballad of Lily. If you're here, you know what you're in for. If this is your first time, please look at ReddX's previous videos on this ballad. Yes, indeed, I invite you. Disclaimer, this episode describes self-harm. So if that's uncomfortable for you, you are free to check out, and I even encourage you to do so. Yeah, slightly uncomfortable, but no checking out for me. We gotta make sure this thing happens. Ah, Lily. How do I describe how I feel about her? Currently, she's a smoldering pit of regret that's been long buried, but not quite forgotten. At this time in the tale, I don't know, a bit mixed. You still lied to yourself. You're still in denial, a little bit. That's okay, some lessons we have to learn the hardest way, I guess. After we bought the house, things had changed. Lily was more controlling, more possessive, and more of a perfectionist. Yeah, because as I said back in another saga, that's because she thinks she has you by the short and hairies now, right? Now we don't have to bother with the mask anymore. The good times, they were truly good. The bad times had me bawling in my room. The truth is, you have to weigh like how bad the bad times are versus how good the good times were. And given the fact that the bad times had you crying and the good times were, quote, truly good instead of great or awesome, that's really all the information that you need. It's time to bail. Preferably before you got the house, but I don't know, hindsight's 20/20, man. Get out while the getting's not as bad. She was controlling and insecure from the beginning, but we just sort of looked past all that. Anyways, needless to say, it was an emotional roller coaster that I had bought the ticket for, but I wasn't ready for its intensity. We were both flawed people. Hell, I still am. But her testing of my emotional limits and constant prodding about making sure the home was perfectly clean wore away at me. Don't get me wrong, I like a clean home, but I'm also the kind to let dishes sit in the sink for longer than I'm proud of at times.
Did you wash the dishes?
I thought you wanted to do that.
You were wrong.
Yeah, if you want to leave them in there, nobody should say anything, okay? Instead of saying anything, just sit down and do them. OP continues, hell, I got a burgeoning pile in the sink right now, and come the time this appears on the YouTubes, another will likely have taken its place. Just get a little wet, scrub the real hard stuff off, and then, you know, finish it off later or something. That seems to make the job a lot less daunting. That's my life advice for the day. Anyways, today we will dive into our new jobs, the friends made there, depression, and regression. With all that out of the way, let's get into the cast. Oh, that's right, y'all work together too. Just 24-hour companionship. We're gonna be best friends forever. Yeah, I'm sure that'll happen. With all that out of the way, let's get into a cast list. OP, me, beanpole of a guy, burgeoning beer gut, former edgy goth kid, current trench coat owner, teetering on the edge of beardery, and the smallest push may put me over. Hey, don't threaten me with a good time. Let's whip out the magic card and cook up some tendies. It's fine! I can live my life however I want, as long as I'm not negatively affecting other people with it. Lily, 5'2" of anger in human form, prodder of emotional limits, raised in conflict, thrives on it. And introducing Chris. Not again, god damn it, oh god. Okay, yeah, it's totally Chris. Slightly older than us, Native American man with a glorious Fu Manchu beard. Fastidious and kind, if a bit sarcastic. Former military, now working at Dish Network with us. Okay, good, it's definitely not the Chris that we know. Definitely not. Brian, lanky dude with a big fuck it energy and a love of punk rock. Easy to talk to, but rebellious, and also pretty smart. Charlie's a short dude, budding on beardery himself, wore a full-ass suit to work every day, despite not interacting with any actual customers. Fan of the bowler hat and suspenders. At least his fit is nice. He's not wearing a t-shirt and a bowler hat, I don't know. Steph is a larger woman, sassy and opinionated, bit of a legbeard and married to a certified neckbeard, instant friends with Lily. Yeah, probably because Steph didn't threaten her in any way. Who cares? Work friends suck anyways. But I guess if it's the only way that you ever get away from your spouse, then yeah, maybe lean in. So with the cast list out of the way, let us dive butt first into chapter 6 of the Ballad of Lily, Truth. truthiness, some version thereof, as I said before. We'll start this off by saying that our intimate life was slow. Neither of us were particularly randy people, and we were neither of us initiators. So when sexy times did happen, it was infrequent. Well, that's kind of sad. And you got the separate bedrooms, at least knock on each other's door. You can make it fun, you can make it mysterious, you can like put on a cheap vampire cloak from Spirit Halloween. Be like, I want to hump your butt.
Don't come to my house or else I'll suck your dick, blood. I'll suck your blood.
You just gotta keep it fun, you know? Mix it up a little bit. Come on, man. So on average, OP estimates that they did the deed about once a month, once that new relationship sexiness wore off. God, that's sad. You just bought a house together, you guys. Can we be excited about that? Make it our mission to christen every room? No, we're just gonna go to our separate bedrooms? Okay. Now I'm sad. This really wasn't a problem for either of us. Well, that's good, I suppose. We were more attracted to one another mentally than physically, though she was physically very attractive. It wasn't her looks that I loved about her. I loved that we shared hobbies and interests and general philosophies. Yeah, I think it could have worked out, you know? If you came home to your best friend at the end of the day, but spending 24 hours is never gonna work, even with your best friend. The only time you're apart is when you go into your bedrooms. It don't make no sense. Don't make no sense. Anyways, despite Lily's constant barbing and my admitted laziness, we still managed to be intimate with one another. Yeah, sometimes. Working at dish together was fine for the most part. I had put my foot down and told her in no uncertain terms that my work is my work, and hers is hers, and I would not be accepting comments from the peanut gallery. We both excelled in our work, herself more than me, but I was happy with my standing in the department. Did you use the phrase peanut gallery? That might have just set her off. I'd say outside assistance is far more pragmatic. I made fast friends with Brian, Steph, and Chris. They were all kind people who chatted with me on breaks and often over our work. What is this, a sewing circle, people? Get back to work! What's wrong with you? It came to the point where I joined Brian on his cigarette breaks just to keep the conversation going. I don't remember what argument or prodding caused me to stress that day, but once while standing outside with Brian, I made the mistake of asking for a cigarette. Dude, just one. One leads to thousands. Please don't do it. And I smoked it. You set yourself up for failure with all of this. I don't know if your brain consciously knew it, but there's a reason you started going outside with that guy. All you were waiting for is the right fight. 'Cause you didn't quit for yourself. You quit for Lily, so she made you mad, and you go back on your promise. And yeah, Luca's just leaning in at this point. Okay, you want to fight? I'll hand this fight to you on a silver platter. All of you smokers know exactly where this is going. Yeah, I ranted about it. I was back on the nicotine train. Woo woo. Steph shot her eyebrows up, and I urged her to keep it a secret from Lily. She agreed. On the drive home, Lily scrunched up her nose. I hate it when you go with Brian on his cigarette breaks. You stink. He's only doing it to spite you. It's a self-sabotage thing. Although, is it really self-sabotage if, like, you really know the relationship's never gonna work out anyways? OP lies and says, yeah, I know, but it's just a welcome relief from sitting at the desk, and I like talking to him. You can just chat with him in the work chat, you know? She responded curtly. Sure, but getting up and stretching my legs feels nice. Besides, I'll wash my clothes and take a shower after work anyway. You won't smell a thing outside of our drive home. The lies just kept on coming. Yeah, and if I got away with it once, surely I can get away with it again. Yeah, but you stink like it more than usual today. I don't know, there were more folks out there today. Which one would give first? My lies or her nose? I don't know, man. One thing I do know, she's the devil, bro. I think there was a group of new hires, I continued. Whatever, she said flatly. Great. Her new de facto response to when she obviously had doubts but didn't want to press the issue until she needed ammo for later. Like I said, she's sticking all these things in her back pocket, bro. It might take months for it to get thrown back in your face, but it's coming back in your face. Home now, I headed straight to the bathroom, discarded my clothing, brushed my teeth, and took a shower. I knew I was headed towards addiction again, and I made plans to hide my action. I took a trip to Walmart to get a toothbrush and a small tube of toothpaste to keep at my desk for after I smoked, making an excuse that we were out of some ingredients for a planned meal. I don't know, man. Lily is out of pocket, but OP, like, why don't you just grab your dick and balls at a certain point and be like, I enjoy smoking and I'm gonna continue to do it, and I don't want to hear word one about it. If it's enough to make you leave, then you leave. Although I guess that conversation goes a little bit differently when you guys are $150,000 in debt together. Lots of lying. But yeah, it is addiction. I do get this one more than most. So the lie tucked neatly away in my pocket, I indeed started smoking again. But only at work. For now. A few months later, I finally convinced Lily to get rid of her ratty Pontiac Grand Am. The car was fine and still worked, but it was threatening to fall apart. It was nickeling and diming her every month, and I genuinely thought that it was beginning to become unsafe to drive. I was afraid that, like, her brakes might fail one day, or something worse. OP still cares, and I do think that that's great. He's a bigger man than me, because I'd be out there at midnight under the car with some wire cutters for the brake lines. Make sure that the brakes fail. There's only one way out, and it's through. He's so nice, OP. She found herself the new owner of a Ford Fusion. It was nice for its time, but arguably very reliable. My old Eclipse was also beginning to show its age, but I kept it around for a year or so longer. That's a story for another chapter. She needled you into getting rid of it, didn't she? Oh, I remember when you tried to make me buy a car. Even the good things, going in the back pocket for later. As with trying to keep the irrelevant details out of this tale, we'll fast forward a little bit. About a year into working for Dish, Lily and I discussed getting a roommate to help with bills. I was fine with it, and she used it as an excuse to get me sleeping in her room. Yeah, she wants you to initiate. Maybe the reason that she is so possessive and crazy is because she really just needs a good deep dicking, you know? Sometimes that's all it takes. It's beautiful. So I wasn't entirely comfortable with the idea of sleeping in the same room, but I agreed because she wanted it, and I just wanted to make her happy. Yeah, it's like living for somebody else. It's no way to go about life, but OP just doesn't have the strength to resist it anymore. She says, "Darling, it's time for your 4 p.m. dick flattening," and he's like, "Yes, honey." And so, we had a bevy of roommates for a time. Let's just run through them in order of appearance. Cody, a coworker, a sassy gay man who looked like Michael from Vsauce without the beard, and lived with us in relative harmony until he found a beau and eventually moved in with him. Michael from Vsauce without the beard, so just like a hairless human being. Chris, foreclosure forced him out, and he lived with us with his 2 kitties for a while until he found a new rental. Very clean and gracious roommate. Genuinely a good guy, and one of the few who saw Lily truly unmasked. And that's why he was real quick to find a rental, right? There's also Mudbeard. Hey, remember? A neckbeard who merited his own tale, which has been compiled for your enjoyment. Please see ReddX's playlist or compilation for a retelling of that particular story. It's a pretty good one. It's our introduction to Luca. There was plenty of poopy cum stinky stank. I think I understand why that saga did well. Charlie is the aforementioned budding neckbeard. Lived with us for about a year and always paid on time, but he was a bit, unkempt. Oh, he thinks he could throw the suit on and that's it, right? Yeah. He's not truly a clean person, he's just about keeping up appearances. Which I guess is a lot of people, you know? You get to know a lot when you live with them and shit. Anywho, during this time, I slept in Lily's bedroom. It was hard to get used to, but eventually I was able to achieve some modicum of sleeping during this. I was resolved to get my sleep disorder under control, so Ambien was the solution. This helped me to sleep, but I often found myself needing more than one to sleep with Lily, because sleeping in her bed was rough. She wanted it because she wanted to feel closer to me, but my usual nightly tossing and turning was forbidden because it kept her awake too. So despite my urges to move, I had to remain perfectly still, lest her ire lash out at me if I moved too much. Dude, maybe she does have like a deeper game here. She's just trying to break OP down 100%, not letting him sleep anymore. She might actually literally be the devil. If that's the case. I'm not sure what her motivation is, but this is a very dark motivation. If I had to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night, I was often chewed out because my shuffling / peeing had awoken her. So yeah, we were quote unquote sleeping together, but truth be told, I was miserable there. I suffered through it, but I was often overtired at work because I got maybe 4 hours of sleep due to all these problems. I had taken to going to bed about an hour before her just to find some semblance of slumber before she inevitably joined me in the bed. I don't even know if this is the kind of sleeping with her that she meant. Nobody seems to be enjoying this. Why is this happening? Go sleep in the living room or isn't there a room that's somebody's office or something? You'll be able to sleep. You can maintain some relative peace as long as you make a nighttime visit every once in a while. At this point, yeah, go sleep in the bathtub. Just bring a sleeping bag. Continuing on, OP says, my Ambien use was sporadic. Due to me having to take 2 frequently, there would be nights that I'd have to do without any because they would only fill 30 per month. I don't take no sleeping pills but hashish, bro. It's all natural. You can get as much as you want. Just don't get caught with it. It also led to fun side effects like sleepwalking or sleep cooking. Chris once had the fun experience of watching me walk into the kitchen in nothing but my underwear as he was watching TV one evening, put a block of ramen into a saucepan, pour milk into the saucepan, add cheese to it, turn it on, and walk back to my bedroom without saying a word. That probably would have been delicious. I fell asleep, and Chris was kind enough to recognize what was happening after 30 minutes of me not coming back out and turn the stove off. He probably ate that cheesy ramen too. This sounds awesome, dude. That was nice of you, Luca. Thanks. What are you talking about? I'm also pretty sure I drove to the local grocery store one night in my underwear, holding a 2x4 that was in the garage for some reason, and I bought peach knee-high soda, my favorite. That was probably a dream. I mean, surely I would have been arrested at some point during that adventure, right? I still wonder if that was a dream or not. Yeah, you just had an episode where you're Rolf from Ed, Edd and Eddy. Everybody has those dreams sometimes.
Confess to your crime, stale end piece of white bread!
I continued to smoke at work, and Lily had become strangely more randy for several months. She was aggressive in her pursuit of our sexy time, often calling for it weekly. Oh, how uncouth! Sometimes physically pouncing on me, which was unusual, but not unwelcome. I mean, yeah, we take those, but what's your end game, though? She, like, pounces on you and starts sniffing your shirt. I know you've been smoking. I'm gonna stab you in your sleep. It's just around the corner. Unless she gets some dick. Please, for the love of God, OP, just give it to her. Give it all you got. You're begging for your life right now. One night, she was doing my laundry and decided to be nice and do mine as well. I don't trust her motivations at all anymore. There's just 2 sides to every coin. She found a cigarette in one of my shirt pockets. I was sitting in my recliner playing on my laptop when she strode out with it pinched between her fingers like a dead mouse. This stops now, she deadpanned. The truth of the matter was apparent now. This is your moment, OP. Take your stand right here and now. I like smoking. I'm gonna continue doing it. Now please leave me alone. I'm playing Minecraft on hardcore mode. You know what people with addictions really love? Ultimatums! Let's watch and see what happens. OP says, oh, I was offered one at work and I politely took it and told him I would smoke it later. I didn't have the heart to tell him that I wasn't a smoker. Again, the lies flowed. No, you're lying to me. You've been smoking at work. I know it and I've known for a while. You don't think Steph didn't tell me? I was wondering when you'd tell me about it, but you haven't yet. So I'm confronting you about it. Now's your moment, OP. I gave you the comeback, just fire it at her. Honestly, it would take some big brass balls to pull the trigger. Cause with the debt of a house hanging over your head, yeah, she could just ruin your life. But it's better to get out now. Lily was strangely not screaming at me, though the idea that Steph, who was also a smoker, would tell her about my smoking was a bit of a betrayal. I thought she was on my side about it, but alas, never trust anyone, dude. Rookie mistake. Okay, you're right. I've been smoking and I was hiding it from you. I know you hate it, but I've got to be honest with you, Lily. I've been incredibly stressed lately. You are very critical of me, and you know that work itself is stressful as well. I'm stressed and I'm depressed, so I regressed. Yeah, I'm smoking, and I'm going to continue to smoke. Good, but only at work. I guess some concessions must be made, although Lily doesn't seem to see it that way. No, you're not, she said, a bit loud. Actually, yes, I am. I love this. Until things cool down here, I need the stress relief that I get from cigarettes to get me through the day. You know how depressed I've been lately? I'm open to alternatives, of course. Would you rather I dip? I don't know, man. Needing the stress relief, it's kind of a lie that we tell ourselves. A mint has essentially the same effect, but I don't know, sometimes I like smoking with cigarettes, you know? It's fun to do bad things. Lily says, disgusting! Either way! Venom dripped from her mouth. Look, I smoke at work. I come home, I shower, I brush my teeth. It's not a big deal. I tried to reason with her. Well, that's not gonna get you nowhere, is it? It is a big deal! You quitting was part of my terms for coming here in the first place. Not only did you renege on that deal, you hid it from me. She forced herself to calm down, trying to keep the discussion civil. I mean, it's good she's not screaming and stuff. But yeah, why do we need to have this fight? Why not a little compromise, please? Well, I heard that there are e-cigarettes now, so we could give that a try. It's the smoke that you hate, not the nicotine, so I'll make a deal with you. I'll switch to nicotine gum for now, and I'll look into getting an e-cigarette, alright? I tried to reach a middle ground. She agreed, but left the barb that nicotine was unhealthy either way, as she crumpled the cigarette and threw it into the trash. Yeah, it is unhealthy. That's not why we do it, for the health benefits, okay? Give me what's left of your pack, she demanded, hand outstretched. Does it not feel like she's your mom in this moment more than ever? I sighed and said, I don't smoke at home. I keep the pack at work. I'll give him to you tomorrow. Strangely, this didn't turn into a screaming match. It was almost as if we had an adult conversation about something and found a solution somewhere in between. I mean, not really in between, way more on her side. But I guess it's compromise. Like I said, now you get to come home smelling like whatever you want to smell like. Just find a scent that really annoys her and start vaping that. No, that's so petty. Don't do that. That's terrible advice. I apologized for hiding my smoking from her. She shrugged. I've known for a few months. That's why I've been more randy with you lately.
I was hoping a better sex life would calm you down enough for you to stop. I guess it didn't work. Damn, dude. She had a reason. It's not what I thought, but this is all wrong. This whole relationship is all wrong. It's impossible to bang your relationship issues away, okay? just that's my line of advice for the day. So yeah, that was out in the open now. She had weaponized our love life to try and get me to change my behavior. Training you like a dog, kind of. She didn't know it, but she had flung a knife into my heart with that. Beyond that, every time that we had sexy time, she would immediately shower afterwards, which made me feel like I was an unclean person somehow. This had bothered me for a long time, and even though I tried to stop it, I began openly crying. Oh no, dude, this is such a train wreck. What a dumpster fire. Let's dive in. You make me feel like a prostitute. You don't look at me when we make love. I'm sorry, man. This situation really sucks. The only way I can handle it, though, is to inject some levity, because I know it's gonna get heavy. Your feelings are valid, okay? But I want to warn you right now, Lily's gonna weaponize all of this against you at some point. All of it. OP says, I can't believe you do that. What? Have sex with you? Damn, dude. I was trying to bring it down to a chill level, and Lily just out here being a savage.
Look how they mess with my boy.
OP says no. I'm sorry, it's not that. I just... Why do you always immediately shower after we have sex? It makes me feel like I'm gross or something. Like you're washing off the shame of having to sleep with me. That's because it's gross. Confirmed. Lily confirmed for the devil, bro. I would cry too. Why are you like this? Why are you still subjecting yourself to this? She replied this matter-of-factly, thrusting another knife into my heart. I choked back a sob. How could you say that? She seemed to have finally clicked about what I was upset about, and she backpedaled a bit. It's not you that's gross, OP. It's the act. Afterwards, we're both sweaty and stinky. Sex is a gross act. It's nice, but it's gross, so I shower afterwards. It's nothing against you. She sat down, rubbing my shoulder, as I was heaving into my sobs now. I mean, she's not wrong. We are all kind of just gross, hairless monkeys that squish our genitals against each other. Are we gonna have an actual, genuine human moment between these two right now? I'm sorry. I didn't know you felt that way about it. I wish you just said something earlier, she cooed softly, pulling me into a hug. I don't think you're gross. You just know how I am about, like, you know, mixing fluids? Hell, I don't even drink after you. It's purely a me problem. She's actually handling this kind of well. Okay. I'm glad we're having some genuine connection. Some open conversation. Just be open and authentic, and your relationship is gonna go great. And she was right in that regard. I shouldn't have kept this to myself, but it had eaten away at me. And the revelation that she had weaponized sex to try and change me just sort of broke the dam. Yeah, that's why you also be honest about the weaponizing sex part. You're like, why would you do that? Why would you think that would work? So yes, OP cries into Lily's arms for a while, until the crying had muffled into quiet sniffles. We exchanged apologies, me for hiding my smoking from her, and her for not explaining her grooming after sex, which is a really weird thing to explain unprompted. I don't like Lily as a person, but she probably shouldn't have to apologize for that. Again, be more open. Something in me had broken, however. I was stressed and depressed, and now I did not want to do the alive things anymore.
I could live with the nagging and the screaming, the demeaning and snide remarks, but she had used me. She thought she could train me like a dog using sex. This is exactly what I said earlier. Yeah. But you can never truly change another person unless they want to change. This is all based on, like, how are you going to react to it? So again, let's see. I never really considered sex as anything more than just physical pleasure until I was with Lily, who had made the act of lovemaking something more emotional for me. Something to cherish. Yeah, I guess. I've never banged anybody that I didn't have an emotional connection with, so... I do know there's a difference between being emotionally connected and in love, though, and you don't really know until you know. And wifey, that's how I know. It is kind of schmaltzy, love making and cherishing it. Whatever happened to good old-fashioned hate fucking, huh? Is that not cool anymore? Lily just used this as another tool for control. I just didn't care anymore. I didn't really know that I was wanting to unalive, but I definitely started having some dark thoughts. Okay, so remember how I told you earlier that it's all in how you react to it? The way you reacted to it? Poorly. Which you probably know now. But all of this is a personal choice at the end of the day. Let's always keep that in mind. A few nights later, after a fresh refill of Ambien and the work week all done, I took one to get ready for bed. And then I took another. Well, stop it. After that, some dark, uncaring part of my brain thought, might as well. And then I took another, and I started feeling really floaty. Having gone to bed an hour before her, I was alone, and I was able to take as much as I wanted. I don't remember anything after the 5th pill. Dude, Ambien is some heavy stuff. You don't mess around with that, okay? I was awoken by a paramedic. Jesus.
Finally awake. You were trying to cross the border, right?
Flanked by police officers, shaking me awake in our shared bed at around 2 p.m. the next day. Lily next to them, sobbing.
He's awake,
the paramedic said. Oh, thank God, Lily sobbed.
Hey, OP, do you know where you are?
I was still incredibly foggy, but I was lucid enough to say, home?
What year is it?
The paramedic continued, doing the basic rounds of checking for brain damage and checking my neural responses by telling me to wiggle parts of my body.
I'm glad you're awake. Twerk for me, baby boy.
Again, I have to inject some levity. Confused, not yet having a clear memory of what I'd done last night, I complied. One of the police officers spoke up after I'd cleared my head and gathered my thoughts.
Do you want to hurt yourself?
He asked. As my memory slowly returned to me, I remembered what I'd done last night. No, sir, I lied. I was starting to get pretty good at lying.
Not good enough. Are you sure? You took damn near the whole bottle.
Yeah, sir, I just took one, but sometimes I forget I took one and took another. I must have started a cycle of me taking one and forgetting that I took another one, and I took another, and I genuinely didn't want to take more than one. Yeah, super cool liar. Definitely buttery smooth. You're over-explaining. Lily confirmed my story. It's true. I've seen him sleepwalk, even sleep cook. I could see him forgetting he'd taken one and take another. I'll control his Ambien from now on so this doesn't happen again. Oh my God. And so the noose gets just a little bit tighter.
Are you sure you don't want to get checked out at the hospital?
The paramedic asked. Yeah, sir, I'm feeling all right now. And with that, he left. Lily crying as she collapsed into my arms. I couldn't wake you for hours. I thought you were going to die. Again, this is real emotion, real human connection. She can't be completely the devil because she cares on some level. It's just both of you guys self-sabotaging to the point that your relationship fell apart, right? Nobody's really at fault here, but both of you definitely need to do some work. And that's okay. Basically, all of us do. You never stop learning and growing. That's the secret. Lily sobbed, clutching at me, clawing like at any moment I could just crumble away.
I don't feel so good.
In that moment, I felt relief. Relief that I was alive, actually, and that she still loved me enough to even care that I was dead. I had honestly thought she wouldn't care, but she did. Yeah, she's cold-hearted, but not that cold-hearted. That takes a different kind of psychopath. I never told her the truth about my self-delete attempt, and if you're reading this now, Lily, I'm sorry. It's just one more thing that I should have been honest about. I lied a lot over the course of our relationship, but this is the one that I regret the most. And you never came clean to her directly? You're doing it through a Reddit post? Bro, I can't condone that. Go tell her right now. Maybe. It's probably awkward after too many years. That's fine. I guess we're done. Pack it in, son. But yeah, lying never helps, okay? It only hurts. Authentic is what I said. Open is what I said. Both of those are like the inverse of lying. Had I been honest, perhaps our course could have changed. But Lily threatened to have me committed more than once during our screaming matches because, like all things, she turned my depression into a weapon to be used against me. So I lied about it, afraid that you would actually have me committed. She'd do it too. She'd be like, an opportunity to chemically alter my boyfriend? Why not? It turns out it's pretty hard to OD on Ambien alone. And on that note, that's where we'll leave things for today. No apologies for spelling or grammar mistakes. Own your mistakes! Even the big ones. Damn. Luca, out. Yeah, these things definitely do happen. We're definitely on a roller coaster ride with Lily. I want to see her as a human, you know? I want to not think she's as duplicitous as she seems. But when she inevitably throws everything back in your face, yeah, you're never going to be compatible, man. Granted, OP's like, I gotta work on myself, but did Lily ever come to that same conclusion? Or is she out there still doing the same stuff and just found somebody that would accept it? I don't really know. Many questions still to be answered, but despite the heavy nature of this saga, I do hope I brightened it up a little bit. Help you to laugh at the tragic things, you know? Okay, you guys, everybody has to go to Universal Studios and get on the Harry Potter ride. Unless you're a prep. The Ballad of Lily, part number 7, Beat of Destiny. This is the ultimate showdown of ultimate beardery. It's gonna happen. You guys, look forward to that song parody coming to a record store near you. It's 99 cents on iTunes. Please make me rich. Well, I guess I'm kind of on one today. This is the Ballad of Lily, though. If you have missed the previous parts, go ahead, check the link in the description. I appreciate you. And welcome back to user Luca was a race car. Freaking subscribe to ReddX or Ram Tide will waffle stomp you. Yeah, he knows where you live. He gets around the country. Don't make me do it, man. Don't make me put out the order. Howdy guys, gals, and all the colors of our beautiful rainbow. As this story has gone on, you may have noticed that I have been lying and irresponsible. Yep, normal early 20s kind of stuff, isn't it? But maybe I have given Luca too much understanding. I think it's because we have like a personal relationship in the Discord and stuff. The guy's done me some favors, so I let him slide. What can I say? Some have even come to the defense of Lily. I seen that in the comments section. I seen it. This is completely fair. I said in the very beginning that this is a story of 2 beards, and one of them was me. It's tough to write about oneself. And it's even tougher to point a critical eye at yourself when you are at your lowest, but try I shall, and hopefully I will powder your spines just enough. Yes, a nice fine consistency. That's also the reason that I don't really want to write my own beard stories, you know? OP says, I'm not proud of who I was back then, but the benefit of hindsight means that I can paint a more accurate portrait of who I was with my failings and all. Lily was an angry, emotionally abusive monster, yes, but I was also a lazy, directionless idiot. And out of this pairing, which one is the more likable? I'll always pick a lazy, directionless idiot over an emotionally abusive monster, okay? I hope that this intro helps to see where I and OP are coming from. So the cast list is small today, as I'm trying to focus on just the parts that are relevant. OP, me of course, falling headlong into the dangerous pit of beardery and fallen really fast. Lily is the woman of this tale. Some might say Legbeard. I'm gonna go ahead and say Legbeard of this tale. With the intros and the cast list out of the way, let's get right into the meat of this tale. Good, because I'm hungry. Today's episode, The Ballad of Lily Part 6, The Ultimate Beat of Destiny. That doesn't flow off the tongue well. When last we left off, I had unsuccessfully attempted to remove myself from the earth via Ambien. And I found out that that's some real potent stuff. Lily, while relieved at first that I was still alive, had now taken control of my Ambien intake, and I could no longer take more than one at a time. Like I said, noose is getting a little tighter because of this, and probably because I likely burned up the receptors that Ambien acted on thanks to my rather prodigious dosage. The pharmaceutical no longer worked on me. I still managed 2 to 3 hours of sleep a night, but I was generally miserable. What you need to do is get back on the natural stuff. Drink a whole bottle of melatonin and see what that does. Not the whole bottle, use as directed. I had found myself the owner of a new used truck while we still had roomies. I'll be honest, in the face of crushing depression, this was a bit of retail therapy. God damn, that is so valid. Is that a bad thing to do? Because I definitely do that sometimes. Yeah, my Eclipse was beginning to come apart at the seams, but I could have gotten something a little bit cheaper. A maroon Nissan Frontier, and we took to driving to work in that as often as I found myself car sick if she drove. It made the finances a little tighter, but we were still fairly comfortable. Dude, I thought things were tight after the house. Like, that's why you took in a roommate and stuff. Now you don't have any more roomies and you're like, I need a truck. I don't know. That is a really big retail therapy. I just want to spend 50 bucks, man. Lily may have sensed that my depression was reaching a breaking point. Truthfully, it already had. And she suggested that we take a vacation. Well, that's really financially responsible too. I mean, they're in their early 20s. They weren't ready for all this. They just did it because they thought it's the thing that you're supposed to do. But I don't know. You're really not helping yourselves out. I was on board with this plan, and to be frank, maybe some time together away from the strife of work and home could help us to become closer, and might rekindle some of the flame that was admittedly flickering out. It's not the way to do it. I don't know why you're making these choices. Please, we have a house to pay off. That shit's gonna get repossessed by the end of the story. We'll all be like, whoa, how'd that happen? Remember all of this. Lily and I had saved for a while because she wanted to visit her birth father in Florida. Yeah, that's what a savings is for. Just squander it when it gets big enough.
Fun coupons! See that?
I could see like putting it in an investment, but just going on vacation. God, dude. At 20, it sounds great. At 30 something, yeah, it's hurting me. Lily insisted on driving to Florida because flights were, quote, too expensive, despite it being a 16+ hour drive, and she wanted to make the trip in one go. No stops for hotels.
Are you crazy? Are you out of your mind?
Miserable, bro. If you're gonna squander it the right way. She decided that we would drive in shifts. I would take the first 8-ish hours of the trip, and she would take the other half. I was fine with that. I had begun taking Prilosec for my frequent heartburn. Unbeknownst to me, this was what gave me the terrible nausea and motion sickness. I would frequently be incredibly nauseous at work, and once, Lily had to drive me home because of it, and I threw up on that drive home because the car sickness really just made it worse. That's a rough choice to make, OP, but honestly, I think I'd take the heartburn over nausea and vomiting for no reason. Pass. Needless to say, this trip to Florida would be one fraught with nausea. It wasn't that bad if I was driving because my brain was occupied with the road. But in the passenger seat, I became almost violently ill. I didn't get a wink of sleep on the way there. Sounds like you need to invest in some Xanax. Oh no, melatonin. That's the natural one. The trip was fun-ish for the most part. Her father was generous and kind, the kind of even-tempered former Navy retiree who received a good pension and worked a full-time job that allowed him a modest, if not even moderately lavish, lifestyle as some sort of consult for the military. While there, he didn't let us spend a dime on our own food or fun. He paid for it all. I truly hope that he's doing well, wherever he is. He's a kind man. It's clear the angry side of Lily came from either her mother or her upbringing with her drunken, abusive stepfather. I don't know, bro, like, why not both?
Both is good.
We went to Universal Studios, where they had just opened up their Harry Potter attraction. Oh my god! We just finished My Immortal, and now that through line continues. I'll never be a prep again. OP says, still being horribly sick and having no idea it was Prilosec that caused it, I opted out of most of the thrill rides as soon as I saw the first coaster and could already feel my stomach churning. Eat some corn dogs, pretzels with mustard, churros, that'll settle your stomach. It's fine. Her and her dad went on the rides, myself relegated to bag holding duty. This sucks. But OP says, I was just happy to be in a place bustling with smiling faces and happy families, just like we were in that moment. Happy and a family. Yeah, or some amalgamation thereof. Lily insisted that I ride at least one ride, and I relented and chose one of the milder water rides. Yeah, so you can wash the puke off immediately, see? Right back into the water that will splash other people. Ew. I think it was the Jurassic Park ride. Lit! I handled it okay. We took some pictures of us together, smiling with the park thriving in the background. I would cherish that small moment of happiness when I looked at that picture every now and again. Pictures often lie. You know, like, you were just cheesing for the camera. You weren't smiling like that all day. I don't know why that's the second that you remember. Probably because you have a picture of it. Whatever. Later that night, Lily berated me after her father had gone to sleep. What the hell do you want now? We were housed in his guest room, and she was complaining that I wasted his money on a ticket to the park when I didn't even do anything. Gee, it's just any reason with you, isn't it? Here we fucking go again, right? You care about his money more than he does. Why is that? You're worried that the Universal ticket is gonna eat into your inheritance? Fuck out of my face. That's how you could handle it. Not the best way, admittedly, but slightly better than rolling over, which is what I think OP's gonna do. Of course, her statement was patently false. I had a great time, in fact. We spent a lot of time seeing the sights, watched the show, even got some neat souvenirs in the Harry Potter portion of the park. I never finished the series, but it was a good time, with a fairly fun recreation of Diagon Alley. Yeah, I think I dropped out of the series in Goblet of Fire, but I'd still be interested in going. It was at this point that Lily called me a pussy. Well, them's fight works. Now I gotta throw a plate at you. See? This is how we escalate. ReddX Industries lawyers have informed me that I have to state that's just a joke. Do not throw a plate at your significant others. Thank you so much. It's one thing if you waste our money, but don't waste my dad's. She's just rancid. What a despicable, petty, horrible little human being. Tolerating this for years? Yeah, no wonder you kind of went depressive, right? And you blame yourself for that? Are we not connecting the dots here? She's at fault for everything. OP continues, I remember quietly crying myself to sleep. She always was one to ruin a good time. I wonder why that is. We'll get in the therapist chair for a second and think about it. I would say that it's probably her way of controlling a situation. Instead of enjoying the good time, she wants to end it as quickly as possible so it doesn't end prematurely without her direction. Little bit of bubblegum pop psychology coming at ya. It's probably way up. I don't know. The next morning, though, was an early one. We had chartered a fishing boat to go deep sea fishing. Knowing I was still suffering from motion sickness. Did you not, tell this to her? She had to know. She drove you home from the job. And she's still like, let's go ride thrill rides and go sea fishing with your nausea so I can be even more mad at you? Have I called her the devil this episode? Because she's the fucking devil. So yes, OP asked if we could stop on the way to the dock and pick up some pills for his motion sickness. Lily, of course, agreed, rubbing my shoulder gently while her father drove us, but gave me a stare that said, "Don't you dare ruin this for me." She just pretends. It's all a mask. Even her birth father has on a mask right now. It's easy to abandon your kid and build something nice and then welcome in 20 years later, be like, hey, look at all this cool stuff I got. Yeah, no shit. You weren't raising your kids. She had to suffer with an abusive stepfather, and that's why she's a broken human being, whose only true source of joy is breaking other human beings. This sick cycle, man. Anyways, OP says it was clear that she wanted to see her father, and I was just sort of a third wheel. If that were the case, I'd have been more happy just staying home than having to navigate the inner workings of her mind while also trying to impress her father enough that I would earn his approval. I mean, you're really going for gold here, or thought you were going for gold. Then you found out it was just tin with gold paint. Thankfully, though, Lily's father was easygoing, and he naturally accepted me as one of his own. We had a nice heart-to-heart one evening where he called me the bitch whisperer. As she had managed to keep her mask on around her father, but I digress. Fathers always know, okay? You're in the guest room, you think the walls are soundproof. They ain't. Yes, my daughter's a monster, but I don't want to start supporting her 20 years in, so you take her off my hands. I just have such a cynical outlook on this whole thing. I'm pretty sure Lily is there to ask Daddy for some rent money or something like that, right? This trip isn't just because she missed him. I need some guilt money, come on. Jesus. The fishing trip went well. I spent the entire time mildly nauseous, but I was able to hold it down and eventually tune out the gentle lulling of the ship as we made the 1-hour trip to their designated spot. It was one of those outfits where they'd get out really early in the morning to a specific spot, chum the water, go back and pick us up, and by the time we'd return, the fish were plentiful and eager to bite. We caught nearly 30 pounds of tilapia between the three of us. Hot damn, that's a pretty good day. Trying to lighten the mood, I challenged Lily to a contest of who could catch the most. Now see, now you're just instigating. You know what she's like. She won, of course, and rubbed it in my face the whole way home, but she was happy, and so I was happy as a result. This is like emotional cuckoldry, you know? There's something really off-center about every single interaction. When it came time to leave, Lily and her father exchanged hugs, and she cried a little bit. It was clear that she loved him, and I appreciated that she had a genuine love for someone that wasn't colored by another motive. Yeah, baby steps. She's almost human now. At the same time, I felt a dull ache that her love was not so genuine with me. On the drive back home now, I insisted that I drive the entire distance and suggested we get a motel somewhere halfway, so my motion sickness wouldn't get the better of me. She agreed to me driving the entire trip, but refused a motel, saying that we couldn't afford it. So you're gonna sleep in the car, right? You know a hotel is cheaper than a car crash in the long run. Not wanting to pick a fight, I just agreed, and we began the trip home. Again,
Something really not right here. Yeah, just drive me for 16 hours straight. Are you insane? I mean, yeah, she is. So we took a different route home, as Lily wanted to stop somewhere in Louisiana to catch up with a friend. It'll only be an hour, she insisted. She knows exactly what she's doing. She really does just get some sort of sick thrill out of this. I am convinced. So this turned the usual 16-hour trip into 18 with the diversion, and she spent 6 hours catching up with her friend, barely even introducing me. I'm gonna say it again for the people in the back. Emotional cuckoldry. Ouch, dude. I just faded into a couch and became one with the furniture as they caught up, only really speaking up when something was directly asked of me because mainly I was dog tired, and she had peacefully slept as I drove through the night. I don't know, man. At least do something for yourself. Nap, go find a nice Louisiana barbecue joint or something. Anything but sit here and pretend to be involved. When Lily was awake, she was still in the afterglow of visiting her father, so thankfully it was mostly peaceful, beyond a few barbs slung my way about not riding any rides at Universal. By the time we arrived back in Tulsa, it was well over 24 hours since we left Florida. Arriving in the afternoon, we unpacked and I slept a full night for the first time in quite a long while. Yeah, that's all you gotta do to get him to sleep. Suck the soul out of him. Drive him until he can't stand up anymore. Were you popping Adderalls during this? Caffeine pills? Something? I can't imagine driving a vehicle for over 24 hours. So by now, we were living with just the two of us, our roommates having come and gone. I tried and failed over several more months to sleep in the same room as Lily, but sleep would just not come, as I had to lay still lest she lash out at me over moving too much. As a result, I was overtired, grumpy, and to top it off, cigarettes were now off the table. Not really. Trip to the corner store, grab your dick and balls and tell her how it's gonna be. It's your life. Don't let her live it for you. I was despondent about my lack of sleep, and though nicotine gum was helping with the stress, it wasn't enough. Yeah, because the only way to truly quit is to quit for yourself. You can't quit for anybody else. Or else when they upset you, this will all be like part of your petty revenge plot or whatever. The trip honestly did help with my depression though. Despite Lily's attacks on me, she seemed to be in higher spirits when she got home, having had a chance to see her father and an old friend. And when she was happy, I was as well. Her happiness was very important to me, so seeing her genuine smile would take me back to the beginning of our time together, cuddling in bed while listening to my shitty playlist and talking of the happy future that we were headed towards. It would warm my heart. With hindsight, I now realize that I was clinging to those memories as a way of not dealing with the present. Oh good, I was gonna hop back into my therapist chair real quick. I guess I ain't gotta do all that. At least not yet. Soon enough, Christmas time came around, and I had decided to treat Lily to something that she had always wanted. The Trans-Siberian Orchestra was in town, and she loved them. So I got some tickets and surprised her with them about a week before the concert was to occur. She was overjoyed, of course, and hugged me tightly. Yo, where are you guys getting all this disposable income? This is crazy to me. When I was living in the States, I don't think I ever had money for orchestra tickets. It's classy. You classy dude. The day came, and we got on the way to the concert. I had spritzed myself with a little cologne, since this was a special night, and we hit the road to the concert. She wrinkled her nose as she climbed into the car, complaining about the smell. It's great. I'm glad we could have this time together. The drumming of the beat of destiny was ringing in my ears. Still, I tried to, what was ultimately a fruitless endeavor, defuse the bomb that was Lily. OP. Oh, I spritzed a little cologne since this was a special night. Sorry if it's bothering you. I thought you'd like it. Lily. Well, I don't. It's overpowering and I hate it. Oh,
how much more insufferable could you get, honestly? All right, let's get back in the therapist chair. It is a weird game that she's playing. She's testing him to see whether he'll leave her, and when she finally does push him too far and he actually leaves, she'll feel completely validated because she knew the entire time deep down that he would leave, and she'll never have the self-reflection to see that she was the one that made him leave. All I'm doing is reading this and it's digging at my last nerve. Why are you like this? So, cue another argument, which ultimately culminated in me pulling into a gas station to wash the cologne off my neck and wrists with tears in my eyes after she shouted at me. Bro. We're just gonna say it one more time. We probably won't get demonetized, right?
Emotional cuckoldry.
The concert itself was nice, but my mood was soured by the events during the drive, and we spent most of it in silence. When the time for the encore came, I suggested that we just dip out to try and beat the traffic back home. She insisted that we stay, so I relented. When the show was over, we shuffled to the car, and on the drive home, she only broke the silence once. Hey, LP, thanks for ruining yet another thing for me. How have you not reached over and just like throttled the shit out of her? I don't actually sign off on that, but come on. How insufferable can you get? The rest of the ride was spent with me trying not to cry again. I had done something that she always wanted to do, and somehow she spun it into me ruining it for her. She blamed it on my mood when we got home, said I was a sourpuss the entire time, and didn't even want to hold hands. The bottom of this is gonna fall out before too long, right? Are we approaching a climax? Because I really don't see how she could get any worse. It's time to walk away. Truthfully, I didn't want to hold her hand. She had made me cry before we even got there. Being lovey-dovey with her was the farthest thing from my mind. It was a near Herculean effort to get through the show without bursting into tears again and causing a scene. You should have done it, man. Just lean in. You're never gonna please her, so just piss her off relentlessly. Terrible advice, but it works for some couples. I told her all of this, and of course, cue yet another screaming match. Was that like 50% of the interactions that you guys have now? That's probably generous. It seems like it's happening left and right. Maybe it's just that the story is condensed, but this is rough. When the dust finally settled, she ended the conversation with a sarcastic, "Merry fucking Christmas!" before slamming the door to her room. For the first night in a while, I slept upstairs. So, do you guys remember the first video and how I was complaining it was too lovey-dovey and stuff? Like, imagine the contrast between then and now. It's quite striking, yes? Really driving the point home for me, yes? You do such a great job with these series, Luca. Goddamn. I don't think we spent another night in the same bed for the rest of our relationship. Oh, it really died on Christmas, huh? I mean, it was kind of Walking Dead, but now it fell down dead. In hindsight, while this did wonders for my sleep, it was a recipe for disaster. Trust me, bro, this disaster doesn't need any ingredients. No recipe involved, it just exists and destroys things. Beside the strife at home, work was also getting to be a little too much to handle. Between changes in management and the unrealistic expectations set on us, the staff in general were unhappy with the way that the company was headed. There were rumors of the dispatch center closing, as they had done to others around the country, to centralize them in Colorado, and the people who left weren't being replaced. In general, the mood was poor. The new management played favorites, and Brian had left for greener grass. Well, it's an easy solution. Just find something else and quit. Follow in everybody else's footsteps. It's gonna be fine. Don't sit on the boat and wait for it to sink. Soon after that, Christian was fired for trumped up reasons because he wasn't told the company lied, and he made his dissatisfaction known. High five, Christian, go with Jesus. I was doing the same and feared that my day was coming as well. Then, well, it did. I arrived as I usually do, with Lily for the morning shift. Lily always had a habit of skirting the line when it comes to being late, so we collectively clocked in about 5 minutes late that day. Yep, that's all it takes for heads to roll. If they want you gone, they're gonna find their reason. About lunchtime, I was pulled into the office where the assistant manager, and HR rep were. I knew it was coming, so I just sat down. Again, you gotta kinda lean into it. Sit down and start rubbing your dick through your pants and just get really turned on the more they tell you you're fired. Just like, yeah, say it again. Go ahead, say it again. Oh.
You're fired.
And then they'll just hand you your papers and you can walk. You won't get the reference, but that's fine. Put me down as a reference. I'll tell some lies of omission for you. So yeah, they told me that they were firing me. I asked for their justification, and they said I was late. I explained that I hadn't even been written up or warned about my late arrivals, and that my numbers were good. I flat out told them that they were trying to fire me simply for not liking the new management, who was running the department into the ground. They could only agree and reiterate that Oklahoma was an at-will state. So really, I could be fired if I sneezed in a way they didn't like. They slid a paper across the table for me to sign saying that I was resigning. I refused to sign, told them to go fuck themselves, got my shit, told Lily to have Steph drop her off, they live nearby, and I drove my truck home. See, they were trying to weasel you out of unemployment. Big brain play there from Luca, honestly. As soon as I was home, I filed for unemployment. Yay, yay! Which was accepted without question a few days later. And then I cried. I mean, it does suck, but you knew it was coming. I told you not to stay on the boat until it sunk. Or maybe they just threw you overboard to keep it from sinking. I don't know. This analogy sucks. I knew a storm was coming when Lily got home. I'd stopped at the store on my way home and with unemployment filed, got drunk as hell at 2 p.m. on a Thursday. I'm day drinking demon, whoa. I'm liking it, man. See, now you're starting to lean in. He's like, I'm unemployed, might as well ruin it further. Let's do this. It's like the saddest version of Office Space I ever watched.
I set the building on fire.
So Lily came home while I was playing on my laptop. She immediately lit into me, yelling about how I just couldn't keep my head down and do my job, and how I was ruining the finances. Surely it wasn't all these goddamn vacations that sunk us, right? Squander our savings to go visit your daddy? Let's just admit that everybody's at least slightly culpable here, okay? At this point, yeah, OP was drunk, and so he just slurred out something about is getting unemployment rolling, and returned to my game, tuning her out while she screamed. There you go. The hamster wheel in her brain paused at some point when she entered the kitchen and saw the growing pile of empty beer cans in the trash can. Are you drunk? Yep. Great, waste more of our money. Yep. Yep. I'm liking this new you, honestly. I can't do anything more. It's impossible to keep you happy, so fuck me and fuck you. Lily says, you're so freaking worthless. You don't even have a job to give you worth anymore. Yep. That's perfect. That's perfect. Just keep doing that. I know it's gonna drive her up the wall, and that's what makes it so perfect. Something in me broke again. I wasn't gonna attempt to self-delete once more, but I just, like, stopped caring. There you go. It is like Office Space. She could scream all she wanted, but I just didn't care what she thought of me. I didn't care about anything, really. Yep. So I got unemployment, and kept about $100 to myself per payment and gave the rest to her to sort it out. I floated the idea of returning the truck to help with the finances, and maybe I could buy some 80 shitbox to get me around. But as we were both on the loan, she refused, saying it would negatively affect her credit. And in her words, "You wanted that thing, not me. You made this bed, now lie in it." You understand that returning it is a lot better than getting it repossessed, right? We're both lying in this bed and it's on fire. A few months into my unemployment, I was depressed, feeling trapped with no way out. Yeah, I felt the love in our relationship was all but gone. In my mind, I was only kept around as a means to pay the mortgage. I was an unwelcome cyst on her life, not excised, simply because I provided financial assistance for the house that she apparently cherished much more than our relationship. Burn the house down, bro. Move to Cambodia with the insurance money. It's fine. All of this was made apparent when I suggested selling the home and downsizing to help with finances. She again flat out refused, saying she wasn't gonna let my irresponsibility drag her down. Truthfully, I would have been happy living in a cardboard box with her, so long as I felt that she still loved me. I often look back on that fleeting time of happiness with her in our small apartment. We were both humble, and there was genuine love. We collaborated, negotiated, and even though back then her temper and barbs would hurt, the good times largely outweighed the bad. But it was clear to me now that her love was highly conditional. It wasn't about being with me anymore. It was about keeping the lifestyle that she had grown accustomed to. You know, you can abandon all your earthly possessions and just go walk the earth. Just be like, fuck it, you figure out the house then. I am gonna go live in that cardboard box. At that point, who needs a credit score? OP continues, I spent the majority of my meager unemployment stipend on booze, drinking myself to sleep at night as I had done before Lily. A few weeks into unemployment, I had gotten a taste of the neat life. With my depression at its worst and my ability to care completely obliterated, I decided to ride it out as long as I possibly could. The hours that she was at work and I was at home, alone, were the only hours of peace that I had, so I milked it for everything that it was worth. I was teetering on the edge of beardery, and now I dove headfirst into that dark, black pit. Some things can't be helped. I don't think that this was a choice that you made. Your hand was forced. Come on. I mean, you really do kind of always have a choice when it comes to yourself. But she really did sort of program you into this behavior. I don't know, man. I also want to ask, like, where your friends are at this time. What about bro dude Matt? Somebody called Matt.
Hey, Matt.
OP says, I often drank myself sick upstairs, spewing vomit all over that bathroom that I left uncleaned because, yeah, fuck it, I suppose. I won't pretend to give excuses for it because there aren't any. I had fallen, and I had fallen hard. I don't know, man. The only solution I saw was leaning in, and it seems like that's what you're doing. I 100% see myself going down the same route in a similar situation. Anyways, it's easy to laugh at the Neckbeards when they're the object of the story. Not so easy to laugh at oneself when you're the beard, because you know what led to it and why you were there. But here I am, on full display. I spent the months playing games, doing just enough chores that Lily would only occasionally scream at me, largely ignoring her derision and outright malice for me. She couldn't hurt me anymore. And now I'm completely dead inside. I win! I stopped showering as often, rarely did laundry, mostly stayed in my room when she got home so I wouldn't be the object of her hatred. I'd taken to eating most of my meals in my room and would only bring dirty dishes down when she mentioned something about them. She'd once compared me to Mudbeard, and truthfully, she was right. I was becoming like him. The only difference between us was that I was at least a source of income for her. She had done her worst, and I was completely out of fucks to give. Good, then we did reach the climax and the breaking point in this story. Now it's time to get the hell out of Dodge, Luca. Looking back, I should have known that I had a family to support me and people who cared, but Lily's constant insults and abuse had convinced me that she was the only person who would put up with me. So I stayed. Sad as hell, boy. You often hear stories of people who stayed in abusive relationships. They wear down your self-esteem, make you feel like they're your only port in a storm, when they are the ones who had conjured those storm clouds themselves. Between the berating, the belittling, the screaming, the threats to have me committed, she would show me glimmers of hope that things could turn around. Compliments here, appreciation there, affection sprinkled in randomly. She would hold me sometimes while I cried because I truly did feel worthless, and that she was the only one who cared enough to see me through those dark times. So I stayed. I thought I didn't have a choice, and she showed me just enough love to keep me from complete despair, hoping that things would get better, that she would finally realize how depressed I was and turn things around so I could claw my way out of the hole that I had fallen into. Come on, OP, you gotta see. You didn't fall into the... You were pushed into the hole. I seen it. Oh, Lord, I seen it. Anyways, the pity party's gone on long enough. Let's wrap things up. Eventually, unemployment was coming to an end. To be honest, a lot of that time is just a blur for me because I spent a good amount of it blitzed out of my mind on liquor and teetering on the edge of alcoholism. Knowing the deadline was coming though, I resolved myself to get a new job and maybe, hopefully, once I was gainfully employed, she would begin to respect me. It hasn't happened at like any point really. But I guess when you're in the middle of it, you can't see the forest for the trees or something like that. Truthfully, I don't think she ever respected me. Nailed it. But at this time, the hope was still alive, gasping with agonal breaths, but it did hang on. Jesus, put it out of its misery, dude. Give me the gun. He's my dog, I'll do it. That story, however, is for another chapter. This is where we'll leave things for now. No apologies for spelling or grammar mistakes. Own your mistakes. Luca, out. It's still a mystery to me why you wanted to save all of this, Luca. Was she really that hot? There's no woman this hot in the entire world, okay? It's not worth the pain. She's absolutely awful. You don't truly love her in any capacity either. You love the idea of what she represents if she was a completely different person. But she's not a different person, OP. She's the devil. So it's time to run. Please just run. But he won't because we have more chapters to go. Oh, happy dagger, this is thy sheath. There rest and let me die. The Ballad of Lily, finale. Last impression. Good God. So many series coming to an end. It brings a tear to my eye. Freaking subscribe to ReddX if you want. I haven't offered value yet. If you get a laugh, then hit the button. Well, here we are. At the end. Well, not quite yet, but by the time you've read or watched this, it will have been time. Time's kind of weird that way. Yeah, nothing exists, essentially. The past and the future are always just concepts, essentially. Okay, whatever. We say this is the end prematurely, not having reached that point yet, but where does a story really end? When the final page is turned and the book is returned to its shelf, does the reader not wonder what the future holds for its characters, the world its authors crafted? Well, my hope is that I leave you with closure. In truth, this has been some semblance of closure for myself as well. Putting this to proverbial paper has been cathartic, and I appreciate you reading and watching as I recount my view of events as they happened. I'm so excited! Fun fact. Aside from the first installment, every chapter of this ballad has been the title of a 2Mix song. Yeah, some Gundam fans in the audience caught that one. They let me know in the comments. Just a little Easter egg for those in the know, and those that read the comments. It was something that Lily and I shared. a love of that band, and it's something that I carry to this day. It's a little bittersweet listening to 2Mix now, but I still love to put on a playlist of their music while I work and just jam. Yeah, don't let it ruin that for you, man. Regardless, yes, we must move on, and move we shall. Disclaimer, beards are gross and crass, and they do gross, crass things. I do gross, crass things. I being the narrator and also OP. I am a beard at this point in my life, and while it's tough to point a critical eye at yourself, I shall. If this makes you uncomfortable, please check out. I still am a beard in a lot of ways, and yeah, there's probably some things that my critical eye is not seeing on purpose. But all we can really do, Luca, is be the best people that we can, alright? Try harder, a little bit harder every day, and that's how you win. The cast list, we got OP, that's Luca. Lily, if you're this far along, you know who she is. Dan is a co-worker at my new job and fair weather friend. A portly fella with a passion for Lego and Pokemon and other nerdery. Dedicated father and husband, good all-around fella. Tyler, co-worker at another job I worked at, addicted to pretty much every substance, and spent 99% of his off-work time absolutely blitzed. Why just the off-work time? Seems like you're wasting a lot of time at work, not being high, Tyler. Tyler. You gotta drink this monster, Tyler, so you can grow big and strong and punch holes in the drywall.
Oh, yeah!
What's happening? Tyler just kind of sent me. He was kind and level-headed when he was sober, however. So with all this out of the way, let's get into the final installment of the Ballad of Lily. This episode, Last Impression. As with several of these chapters, we spend a decent amount of time in my headspace. Dialogue is limited, be forewarned. I can do it in the Neckbeard voice. Just your whole inner monologue in the Neckbeard voice.
Would you like that, huh? I bet you would.
Last time we were here, I was full into neckbeardery. I was jobless, living on unemployment, drinking nearly every night, not paying attention to my hygiene. I was smelly. My room was quickly turning into a beard nest. I was full into that dark void, and there was almost no escaping. I had checked out of reality. It's overrated, honestly. And truthfully, at the time, it was better than life with Lily. She would scream at me, this time for reasons that, looking back, yeah, they were completely justified. I was unclean, I was a drunk, I was barely helping around the house, and now I was unemployed. I had become the cyst on her life that she frequently accused me of being, and her derision now was completely accurate of who I was. Yeah, you built this, what do you want? I suppose a person can only be called something so many times before they start to believe it themselves. I mean, you don't want to pass the buck 100%, okay? They'll just be like, it's all her fault I turned out this way. But yeah, she definitely had a hand in it, at least. OP continues that my unemployment was coming to an end soon, so I decided the free ride was over. I had absolved to find another job and start contributing more to the household expenses. I'm not proud of it, but Lily had begun donating plasma to make ends meet because my unemployment alone wasn't enough to cover the household expenses. Damn, dude. And I was keeping more to myself than I should have in order to keep drinking. I offered several times to either sell or return the truck I bought to the dealership. I tried seeing if we could sell the house and downsize, but she would not hear of it. She just wouldn't have any of it. So she would go and donate plasma. Hard times, hard times. I had to do it for a little bit too, but imagining my wife having to go and do it, I don't like that none too much. Then I feel like it's a failure on my part, you know? I was supposed to be the one that was providing, but how can you provide when you have a wife that tears you down all the time instead of building you up? As always with Lily, there's so much to unpack here, man. I did feel terrible about it, but at the time, she wanted this stupid house that she loved more than me. She refused to surrender the truck because her credit was on it as well. If she didn't want to budge, well, that was on her. See, again, it's a little passing the buck. I hope you're saying all that tongue in cheek. The guilt of her having to do that, coupled with my unemployment pending its end, compelled me to go on the hunt for a job once again. Was I an asshole during this time? Absolutely. Do I have an excuse for it? No, I don't. Yes, Lily was an abusive, manipulative, controlling monster, but at the end of the day, you are responsible for the person that you are, the person you become, or the person that you were. The person that I was during this time of my life was an uncaring, smelly, unkempt, and unrepentant neckbeard. Still, that spark of humanity remained, which is why I wanted to get another job, so on the hunt I went. You could do it. Take a shower. Drink from the Estes flask. Don't you go hollow on me.
Goodbye then. Be safe, friend. Don't you dare go on.
After some time looking, which I won't bother boring you with, I landed a job as a dispatcher for Coca-Cola, rerouting texts in the same way that I did at Dish Network. There, I made a friend in Dan, who shared a love for weebery and nerdy stuff that we could bond over. Felt good to have a friend who wasn't connected to Lily, to have someone that I could truly confide in. Yeah, what a revelation. I mean, this whole thing was way too intertwined. It was destined for failure from the beginning. I just didn't know how bad it really got down the road. I guess I still don't. Anyways, with steady paychecks coming in again, although admittedly not as good as Dish Network's money, I began to be able to contribute more to household costs. This eased Lily somewhat, and not seeing her every day at work and at home certainly helped to ease my state of mind. Slowly, steadily, I began to crawl out of the beardy pit that I had fallen into. But the damage to the relationship between myself and Lily, well, it was already done. I had become everything she said I was, and despite me crawling out and trying to improve, I would never be anything more. Her expectations are just so unrealistic. It's ludicrous. If somebody sees you at your lowest point and then for some reason just decides they don't love you anymore, that was never true love at all. So OP says I worked at Coca-Cola for about 2 years. During those 2 years, Lily and I were never intimate again. God damn. Of course, because I was committed to her, I never cheated, but I can't say that I was never tempted. I still kept myself at home, long having known the love in our relationship was completely gone. I did my chores, dealt with her screaming, and went to sleep. I might take up drinking too, honestly. This is the life I have to live every day. God damn! So during this time, I had decided to try to find out why I always had such a hard time sleeping. I had 2 sleep studies done, neither of which revealed anything. I didn't have trouble with sleep onset if the time was right, and my sleep patterns were normal. With Ambien off the table, we decided to try Trazodone, which did work, but it turned me into a hunger monster when I had taken it. This caused me to balloon in weight pretty rapidly. Of course, the copious amounts of beer that I drank didn't help, but yeah, I was rapidly gaining weight. Whatever, man, mating season's over, you know what I'm saying? I could see the disgust in Lily's eyes when she looked at me. Hey, what do you want? Feelings mutual, all right? I was no longer the person she loved 6 years ago. I was someone who she, perhaps unintentionally, had turned into someone that she barely recognized. And she'll never have the self-reflection to see that it's her that spurred these things on. She'll be like, you make the worst choices imaginable and I can't imagine why. Well, answers in the mirror. And her, well, she was merely a source of misery and pain to me. I no longer saw the woman who laid in the bed with me. the soft lulling of gentle music playing as we gazed into each other's eyes after a session of passionate lovemaking. Oh, my diabetes is off the charts. What I saw was a vindictive, angry monster who wanted nothing more than to be free of me. Still, I did cling to the hope that one day we could somehow get back what we had lost, so I pressed on. Hey, OP, you know what I hear helps a lot? You guys should have a baby! The baby will fix everything. Doctor's appointments, sleep studies, all of it pointing to one thing: non-24-hour sleep phase disorder. They are reluctant to officially diagnose me with it because it primarily only affects the completely blind, but all the signs pointed to it. Is that what happens when you don't see the sun? Is that why this is happening to me? Oh my god, I learned so much today. Regardless, between my depression and my sleep disorder, I was given an antidepressant and the aforementioned trazodone to help me sleep. The antidepressant didn't make me less unhappy, it just made me numb. Which was welcome at this point, but it also took away the joy that I felt in the fleeting moments in between the crushing oppression that I felt at home. I didn't want to play games anymore. I didn't want to pursue hobbies anymore. I just worked, came home, did chores, avoided Lily, and slept.
This is no sort of life for a man! This isn't the sort of thing you just accept!
So eventually, the hammer came down at Dish Network, and it was announced that everyone who still worked there had a month to find another job. Oh, shoes on the other foot, look at your feet now. Lily had, of course, already planned for this, and had a new job lined up within 2 weeks in the same field of logistics. Shoes not on the other foot. Oh, you toity bitch. Again, not quite as much money, but between the two of us, we managed to make ends meet, but only just. It's time to sell some plasma. And come. All my fluids, do you want to buy them? So, 2 years pass in this nebulous state where we're still together, but not really. We just live together, and I help to pay the bills. Did her new boyfriend at least buy you a Nintendo Switch? Come on. It was all but Lily's house. I just rented a room there. I gave some attempts to get her back to where we used to be. One Christmas, I had scrimped and saved and put together enough money to buy us both some decent desktop computers, hoping that we could once again game together. She was happy about the new computer. Of course, she was mad that the processor I picked wasn't top of the line. Oh my god. Do you understand what I had to go through to get this? Do you? I can't remember who left the comment, but they say you could give her $1 million. She's gonna complain that some of the 20s are wrinkled. I hate. So I returned the gift and took out a small loan to get her the best one available. We tried. She was very into MMOs at the time, but our styles of play were incompatible. She wanted to get to the end game as quickly as possible and raid every night. I just wanted to have fun, level at my own pace, and stop to smell the proverbial roses every now and then. I mean, objectively, without any bias, your way is the correct way, Luca. Why are you playing a game just to grind, you know? Isn't life enough of a grind? Let's not do that. Let's keep it fun, carefree. But yeah, I guess this is just Lily's personality. Anything she does, she's like, I have to get the best gear. It's like, fucking chill out, man. Why do you choose to be like this? Anyways, this led to fights, of course, and eventually I stopped playing with her. She said I just couldn't keep up because I was stupid! I didn't really care about rushing to end game. I just wanted to spend quality time with someone I loved. Well, then you gotta press it and do end game content. But like all things, yeah, she wanted to be the best. It wasn't about spending time with me, it was about being the best for her, and I was holding her back. I also didn't give much of a damn at work, mainly working to give Lily her paycheck, so my performance was mediocre, and I called out whenever I felt like not going to work. Yeah, boy. I suppose my antidepressants played a part in this. I didn't care much before. The pills just made me care even less. It's sort of like the dude from Office Space, right?
It's not that I'm lazy. It's that I just don't care.
I didn't care about being happy or sad. I didn't care about my situation at home. I just floated along, listless, like a balloon set free from the hand of a child. Wherever the winds went, there I would go. I would pop eventually, but that's later. Problems for future me. The balloon life does sound relaxing. Some people might be like, oh no, but balloons have no control. Well, guess what? Humans don't have any control either. We're all just floating along. Balloons are just a bit more okay with it. And someday we will all pop, but that's later. Eventually, yeah, I was fired. Oops. This time, legitimately, for missing too many days. Coca-Cola didn't dispute the unemployment, so I was back on the unemployment train again. Choo-choo. I didn't want to coast on unemployment this time, so I started looking immediately. Soon enough, I landed a job at HP doing technical support for desktop computers. Yeah, that'll pay the bills, I guess. This was thanks to about a year of working for Geek Squad at Best Buy while I was with Heidi. I'd always wanted to get into IT, but getting your foot in the door is difficult. But my foot fit firmly in, and I decided that this was a career path that I wanted to stay on. Yeah, lucrative, not too physically difficult. It'll tax the hell out of your mentals, though. Oh, don't I know it. I had loved computers from a young age and had always wanted a career in them. Lily had gently and not so gently pulled me away from this career path, telling me not to punch above my weight class. She really does think you're like super dumb. And maybe at this point you kinda are, I guess. But you just hadn't found the thing that you're passionate about, you know? Duck's gonna think it's stupid if it's judged on its ability to climb a tree, right? OP continues, I don't know if she didn't want me to try and succeed and therefore be on track for something better than what she had, or try and fail and have to pick up all the pieces. I'd applied for positions in IT before, only to be turned down, but HP gave me a shot, and that's where I met Tyler. Oh, that's where I recognize that kid from. He's the dude you're getting a Dell kid after like a decade of methamphetamines. Tyler was an ear for me, listening with patience as I told him of my troubles at home and between calls. He was a good man, at least at work. I would come to know him outside of work, where he was like crazy Matt. Throwback, whoa! But, you know, on Spice, instead of X. Well, I guess that's marginally better. The time at HP was when I finally had a moment that decided my fate. One night, one of Lily's friends was over. She started screaming at me for something because she had all but given up keeping her mask on around her friends since I'd become the person that she told everyone that I was. To them, she was justified in her anger, and perhaps even in that moment she was. I don't even remember what the screaming was about, but I was holding a glass in my hand, and having finally had enough of it, despite the antidepressants, I threw the glass against the wall and shattered it. Is Daddy going to hit Mommy? I stood, shaking, tears in my eyes, screaming back and approaching her. Fucking do it! She screamed. Oh man, this is really getting out of hand, isn't it? Her friend stepped in between us. Don't! She put her hand on mine, and that's when I realized that my fist was bald. I would never, ever, in 100,000 years, strike someone that I love in anger. I wasn't even drunk that night. I had just had enough. I mean, you know what they say about never. I bet a few minutes ago we would have said that we would have never thrown a glass against the wall and shattered it. OP continues. Lily's friend, pointing out that my fist was balled up, was it. I knew if I stayed one night, I would do something that I would regret for the rest of my life, either to myself or to her. Yeah, you're holding on to nothing here. Holding on to memories, essentially. So, that night, I decided that it was time to leave. The screaming, the sexless life, the lack of love, the derision, the demeaning, the gaslighting, everything. I could handle it all, but I balled my fist in anger because of a loved one. So, yeah, it was time to go. I mean, even the throwing of the glass is not a good sign. Lack of respect in this relationship. From both sides, of course. So I'm proud of you, OP, for walking away and recognizing what all that means. So I spoke with Tyler, and he said that he was looking for a roomie. We picked a spot, signed a lease, and I broke the news to Lily. Yeah, Lily, I'm moving into a drug den with my coworker. Still a better option, I think. Again, this memory is hazy, mainly because most of it is blocked due to trauma, but also because remembering things like this is hard in general. So I'll try to summarize what went down to the best of my ability. I came downstairs while Lily and I were alone. Lily, there's no way to sugarcoat this. I'm leaving you.
Oh, so after everything you promised me before I moved to be with you, you're finally leaving. Again. I figured. She said this as if she was expecting it, which, to be fair, considering our lives, both of us probably were. It's not about keeping promises, Lily. You and I both know that we're not who we thought the other person was. I've become someone that I hate because of you, and you, well, you're going to be you. And I can't change that. I almost hit you, Lily. I can't do that. Not to you, not to me. I love you deeply, and I don't think you'll ever fully understand how much I've loved and still love you. I'm leaving because I love you. I just want you to be happy. And I know that happiness isn't going to be with me. We're miserable. We haven't even had sex in 2 years, Lily. Your love for me is gone. And there's no getting it back. I managed to get this out between my tears. Tough conversation, but it's the right move. Well, if you're leaving, I'm keeping the house. I don't know how I'll make payments without you, but I'm not selling it.
You can have it. It has only caused me misery.
You can't keep your truck. I can't trust you to make the payments.
Fine, we'll sell it. We've only got a year left on the note, but I want the profit from the sale since I made the payments.
All right, sign over the rights to the house and you can have the money from the truck.
Deal. I'm leaving in 2 weeks. I signed a lease with some apartments nearby. I'll move myself out.
Fuck you.
You haven't in 2 years. Not likely to happen again. See ya, Lily. What a mic drop moment on the last line. God damn. I went back to my room and sat on my bed. Yeah, it's sad, but it's time for new beginnings, you know? Life has changed. You learn some things that you don't want. You spot some red flags a little easier. Heal and grow, heal and grow. For the first time in a while, I heard genuine crying from Lily. I couldn't feel anything in that moment. I could only feel empty. 8 years of whatever the hell this was about to come to a close. Good. About 5 years too long, I'd say. So those 2 weeks passed real slow. Lily, of course, told everyone about what had happened, and as expected, everyone aside from Matt and Chris took her side. I was shunned, a persona non grata who had used her and left. A disgusting neckbeard, a cyst that would finally be removed from her life. They pledged to support her financially until she found some way to live independently. They were behind her 100%. I was the monster. She played this very tactically, didn't she? Kept the mask up until you would become what she said you were, and then she took the mask off. She's like, look how miserable he's making me. I understand pushing back and like trying to not be the thing that they said, but after 8 years of it, truly, who is gonna hold up under all that? In some ways, OP says, perhaps I was the monster. I had definitely become one in the later years. I'll gloss over the piddly details. I moved out. Matt let me buy one of his old beaters, an 80s Honda shitbox that his ex-girlfriend didn't want. I signed over the house to Lily in the presence of one of her notary friends, who gave her a stamp with a smarmy grin at me. Oh yeah, you totally won. But I got the most priceless thing of all. Freedom!
I'm free.
We sold the truck to some dealership who gave us a complete crap deal, but it left me with $1,000 in my pocket for the process, and with that, I was gone. Lily and I kept in sparse contact via Facebook Messenger. Don't even bother, man. I guess it's more amicably than most of my relationships have ended. Although it also wasn't as volatile. We just sort of like drifted apart. These two needed to be pulled apart. But not in the bedroom. In the bedroom, they seemed quite repulsed by each other. About 2 months into living with Tyler, I quickly learned that he was not who he presented at work. I distinctly remember one night coming home to him spiced out of his gourd. My laptop hooked up to the TV. He was on one of those random stranger video sites. 2 girls laughing their asses off as he hid behind the recliner, accusing them of being witches. You don't know that they weren't. That night, I sat at my computer and composed a message that I still regret. Thanks to the memory of the internet, I have this exact message that I sent to her, which I will put here for posterity. Oh, is this going to be really good or really bad? Begin message. Do you hate me? I don't blame you if you do. I deserve it after everything I've done, but I need to tell you this. Maybe so I can start to heal. Maybe so you can. I don't know. I hate that I still miss you, but I always will. Your uncommon, genuine smile, your heartwarming laugh, the little noises you make when you're bored. I miss your scent. Oh my.
I miss your scent. I miss your musk.
Don't do that. Your beautiful eyes, your perfect, well, everything. I never did deserve you. I'm so lucky to have had your love for the short time that I did, and I'll cherish that for the rest of my days. I will never stop missing you, Lily. I mean, you might stop missing her if you stop saying that you'll never stop missing her. Picking up what I'm putting down? But yeah, in the moment, I get it. There's a lot of regrets. Brain is like, maybe you could have worked it out. No, we tried for years, Brain. Stop romanticizing it. OP continues his letter. I am an idiot. I finally realized after all this time apart what the last year we were together was all about. It wasn't about you being cold to me. You were never cold to me. It wasn't about you drifting away from me. It was the complete opposite. It was me drifting apart from you. That's right. I'm the one who broke up with you. Remember that. Even before that, I had started to drift. I stopped sleeping with you. Not because of my illness or my sleep disorder, but because I was afraid. Afraid not of you, but of, I guess, commitment. I started to resent you for stupid things like money and chores because I was afraid that you were tying me down and taking away my freedom. But you weren't. I was doing it to myself. And for the last 2 years, when I started down this downward spiral of self-loathing and resentment, I put it all on you. I blamed you for everything, and you took it all. You took it and you kept it because you loved me, and you hated to see me in so much pain. But I refused to let you help me with it. I refused to come to you with an open heart because I didn't think that you would understand. Always come at it frank and open. If they don't understand, they're not the one for you. That's a good way to get an easy answer. OP says, this last year I became a fat, lazy, disgusting pig, and you tolerated me. Still, I was wallowing in this pit of despair, and I blamed it on my meds, or my sleep disorder, or on you. I never put the blame where it needed to be, on myself. Yeah, you did. I mean, I guess that's with hindsight in mind. What I'm really curious about is if Lily got all this figured out. What I have done can never be undone. I can never ask you to forgive me again. I know we can never be together again, and even though it hurts just to type it, even though I'm crying as I do this, I have to do it. Because I love you, and you deserve it. She deserves a lot of things. Lead pipe to the knees. Maybe not this ego trip after all of it. I don't care how many regrets I have. I would never send this letter. So, I'm sorry. I never realized that it wasn't you who was cold and mean and bitchy. It was me. And I put it all on you, and you accepted it, and you waited for me. Waited for me to become the me that you fell in love with. The me that worked tirelessly just to see that wonderful smile on your face. Instead, I'd become a man that you didn't recognize. A resentful, angry, hurtful man who was petty and vindictive because I was too afraid to be tied down, to lose my freedom to marriage and a house. I was too afraid to let go of my stupid, childish ways of spending frivolously and living that ghetto fab style that, you were so right about. I was a spoiled child, in the face of the strongest adult woman that I've ever had the privilege of sharing my life with, and I squandered it because I was hanging on to my stupid youth. I'd like to defend OP and be like, no, really, it was all her fault, but truth is a two-way street. And yeah, it seems like OP came to some hard realization. It's only a good thing at the end of it all. I promise. So because of all that, I became everything that I always accused you of being. A spiteful, hateful, vindictive, petty, secretive little boy. And you took it all, didn't you? You took it all because you still hoped that I would come to realize that everything I was projecting onto you was really only a reflection of myself. I separated myself from you, and I claimed it was you who had separated from me. This is all just communication breakdown from what I'm seeing. Have the hard conversation, okay? You won't regret it. It's only after these months of solitude that I have come to realize these things for myself. You stopped being intimate with me because I wasn't me anymore. I was this strange man that had come to inhabit the body of the person that you loved so deeply. I became a stranger to you. An angry, petty stranger. Okay, but what about her angry, petty part in all of this? And yet, you waited. So patiently. I thought I was the one who was being patient, but it was you this whole time. You were waiting for me to be me again. I'm such a fool. I finally become me again, and yeah, it's too late. And I'm filled with nothing but regret and loneliness. I long for you in such a deep, primal way that I can't even explain it. I wish so much just to be in your presence again. Now, this probably is giving her the ego trip of a lifetime, isn't it? She walked away, she's like, yeah, it was your fault, wasn't it? Oh, okay, well, make sure not to fix yourself for your future partner. You definitely want to put them through the same turmoil. OP says, while I was busy being a petty, selfish child, you waited. You waited for me, and I'm so sorry, Lily. I'm so fucking sorry. I put you through so much, and I broke your heart so many times, and you kept waiting for me to be me again. I'm so sorry. It's very repetitious, isn't it? I threw away friendships, jobs, and even my health because I couldn't realize that I was the one that was changing, not you. You're amazing, Lily, for waiting for so long, for putting up with my childish fits. I'm sorry that I put you through that. If I could go back and change anything, I'd do it all differently. I'd mow that stupid lawn with a smile on my face. I'd do those silly dishes and clean the kitchen with pride in my heart. Pride in my heart. I don't know why that sent me. That and silly dishes. All right, we're losing it now. Wrap it up. The red light's on in the back of the room. I would give you all of my money. Because we both know you're better at it. Even in my realization of my childishness than I could ever be, and I wouldn't resent you for it. Yeah, this time for reuse. Because I know you'd be doing it for us, not for you, as I so selfishly thought. I'm losing weight now, and I'm cutting my hair. I never could keep it well. You were right, I've also fixed my hygiene issues. I acted like a child, and you treated me like one in the end, as you should have. See, you're like justifying your own abuse, begging her to come back. I lost weight and got a haircut. Do you love me now? This is over. Bridge burnt. Let it go. Walk away with some dignity, man. I was petty. I hid things from you. I lied to you just like a fucking child. I'm ready to grow up now. I know it's just a silly dream at this point, but if you'd like to give us one more try, I think I can show you how I've changed. God, come on, man. What did we learn? Nothing. Or rather, how I am myself again. I won't ask to move back in, but maybe, just maybe, I can see you sometime and just talk. Hell, if you could help me clean up that horrible mess I made of the upstairs, if we could start there, that would mean the world to me. Nah, bro. Pack it in, son. We don't need to do any of this. Of course, if you refuse, I will accept that. I can't expect you to still want anything to do with me after all that I've done to you. After how long I've made you wait for me to be myself again. I'm so sorry, and if you don't want anything to do with me, I'll accept that. I'll probably move somewhere else, though. It's too painful to be too close to you and also unable to see you. With love and repentance, OP. Oh, God. This letter, you see what this is? 100% pure certified simp. I like it. You got your freedom back. Now go find your balls, right? End message. So yeah, I asked Lily to take me back. I begged for it. I promised to change. I promised to do everything she wanted. I promised to give her all of my money. I promised I'd do all the chores on top of giving her all my money. It's good on her that she didn't respond, honestly. For whatever reason she didn't respond. She really could have made this thing a whole lot worse. I put everything onto my own shoulders. I would do anything if she would just let me back in. She didn't respond. Thank you, Lily, for not responding. Yep, that's 1 point in her favor. Still a lot in the cons column, but we're making up some ground. I sent another plea 2 days later, saying that I was gonna leave Tulsa if she didn't take me back. Thank you, Lily, for telling me to enjoy my new life with as much sarcasm as you could muster via text. So I left that apartment 4 months into the lease, leaving Tyler in the lurch. I couldn't stand to be in Tulsa anymore. Poor Tyler. What'd he do, bro? Every place I passed was a bitter reminder of what I'd lost. Or rather, perhaps, what I'd never had, or maybe what I thought I had. I don't know. I moved back in with my parents in New Mexico at the age of 29. The last impression of Tulsa I have is what I saw in the rearview mirror of my stepfather's van, shrinking from view with my meager possessions stuffed in the back. As the last of the town left my view from that mirror, I felt air enter my lungs for the first time in a while. Free air. Air that wasn't beholden to another. Air that signaled oxygen flowing into my blood. That I had left that town alive, and that this chapter, nay, this book of my life was closing. And that a new book had been pulled from the shelf, its blank pages beckoning to be filled with the memories of a new life ahead. Lily's not coming back for the second book, right? She's not a recurring character? Epilogue Across the End. After I left Lily, I stopped taking the antidepressants. While admittedly stupid, I did it cold turkey. The withdrawal was strange, like bolts of lightning shooting down my spine every few minutes. Not entirely unpleasant, but not really entirely pleasant either, just jarring. Oh yeah, that sounds normal. That's definitely supposed to do that. Give me some of those lightning pills. I spent my short time in New Mexico first getting a car. Matt's car broke down a month into me owning it, and rather than spend the money to fix it, it just sat in the parking lot of the apartment complex. I never got the title for it, so not my problem, I suppose. And you'd think OP would have changed after the relationship, be like, I have a new outlook on responsibility. No, he's like, I just abandoned the car, whatever. I stumbled into a crappy Mercury Grand Marquis, well over 20 years old, but it ran and drove and even blew cold air. After that, I needed a job. I quickly landed one, driving all over the panhandle of Texas, doing break/fix for computers that belonged to a prominent agricultural company in Texas. It was a shit job, quite literally, often requiring me to wade through actual pig shit to get to a network switch that hadn't been touched since 2004 and was covered in enough pigeon poop that it would be a rare skin for that model of switch. Well, needs must. Hope it pays well. I moved out of my parents' home, where I took up my stepfather's tool room for a short time, sleeping on the floor, and I moved to a small town in the Texas Panhandle. I enjoyed my humble life there. It was a 2-stoplight town, barely big enough for a few fast food joints, somewhere between the New Mexico state line and the Amarillo/Lubbock area. I could hear the horn of the trains at night, as I had when I was a kid growing up in the town that I'd just left for the last time. I loved living alone, doing what I wanted, just working my job and coming home to a quiet, small apartment, free of strife, free of screaming, free of the demeaning stares I'd grown so accustomed to. I was free, away from Tulsa, away from everything that I had come to hate about that town and myself. Yeah, maybe single life is like cool, change of pace and that, and then you start to get lonely, and then you want to do it all over again. As all things go, come around 2014, I found myself lonely. Told ya. I hadn't had sex in well over 2 years, and I was aiming to rectify that. I wasn't looking for anything serious, just someone to have some fun with. I posted a profile on a dating site and found someone who looked pretty cute. Her profile was her, a selfie at a convention wearing steampunk goggles on her forehead and a pair of cat ears. It was clear that she was nerdy, so I figured we'd have some things in common. A few messages were exchanged, and we agreed to meet for coffee and perhaps supper. It's the cat ears that drew you in, isn't it? Works every time. We met in Amarillo, and while I freely admit the physical attraction wasn't immediately there, she had a magnetic personality and openness to herself that I found myself attracted to. Damn, dude, physical attraction is like so important. I don't think I've had a single relationship where it's like I can just get over that part of it. OP says that the physical attraction did follow soon after, as I find myself more attracted to a person's intellect than looks. Why not both? We had coffee, and then we went to a Tex-Mex restaurant where she proceeded to absolutely destroy a plate of fajitas. Just no regard for silverware or decorum. She just caveman that shit. And I respect that. She would eventually become my wife. I'd move to where she lived. Her friend would help me get a job in IT healthcare there in that town. We dated for 6 years. Myself afraid of the commitment to another, thanks to the lasting trauma Lily left me with. But after almost having died of the coof in 2020, I realized that my life was good. It was better than good. It was the best. I mean, top 3 out of the lives that I've lived, that's for sure. My wife now respected me. She respected my boundaries. She agreed early on that we'd split everything 50-50, despite her making significantly more than I do, and we hold that up to this day. I'm still not super great with finances, so yeah, she takes care of the bills, but we split everything fairly, and she shows me a breakdown of the month's finances. She's honest, she's kind, and if you were to poll everyone who ever knew her, I don't think there would be a single bad thing that anyone could say about her. Man, seems like you're kind of putting her on the pedestal or whatnot. Everybody's got flaws. You don't have to tell me about the flaws, but admit she has flaws. She's wonderful. She's brilliant. She's beautiful. She's patient. She's a walking musical. And most of all, she chose me. She, the absolutely best person in the world. Oh, look at that. Red lights coming on in the back of the room. Gotta wrap this one up. The epitome of what people say they are on Facebook, but don't actually live. Well, she lives that. Is this like all hyperbole right now? Am I being rused? I don't know what's happening. She volunteers. She cares. She's something I could never ever be, but someone that I constantly try to emulate because her way of living is worth emulating. Giving everyone grace, time, love, and friendship. She's my everything. and at the same time allows me to be myself. Am I still messy? Yeah, I got dishes in the sink waiting to be done, and my wife has leftovers from an ice cream social / book club that we hosted last night. We're imperfect, but together we're perfect. Aw, see? It's a much healthier way of looking at the whole thing, right? And Lori, I'm speaking to you directly now. You said you didn't want to read or listen to this ballad, and I can respect that. Nobody really wants to hear about the woman or man that came before you, especially in such excruciating detail, but if you happen to, know that you made me better than the sum of my parts. You took what was a broken shell of a man and pieced me back together with your love and your patience. God, it does sound like Mrs., doesn't it? I was not fully human when I met her, and she loved me into something resembling a man. Some wounds on the heart never heal, but after finding every broken piece, my craft-loving wife, like a puzzle, you put it back together. And what wouldn't come together on its own, well, you taped it up nicely, kissing the pain away, where the scars gouged into my heart are now just scrapes on my knee, dismissed with a kiss from the person who loves me. The person who chose me. I am happy that I chose you too, and though this new book that we're writing may not be the fare that Red usually reads, I promise one day to commit that to the written word so that the Ballad of Lori might be told. It doesn't need to be read by anyone but you. That'll be enough for me because I'm enough for you. And that's enough. I love you, Lori. To the moon and back. Well, it started saccharine, it ended really saccharine, but there was some good cringe there in the middle. I'm surprised that broken glass was the only explosion that we had in this relationship. I thought it was really boiling up to something terrible, but I'm glad that it didn't. If you would like to listen to some more bad date content, not as extended as the Ballad of Lily, we do have this Dating Hell playlist, yes. Click it, peruse around, you might find something you like. Always remember, friends, that you are loved, you are worthy, you definitely deserve it, and I shall see you in the next one. Until then, bye-bye.
It's only worth it if you work for it. I won't stop till they hear me now. I won't stop till I wear the crown.